The city that never sleeps begins to settle. After a long morning, commuters and enthusiastic workers make their way to lunch and their breaks and finally head home to dinner. Some spent it with their families. Some got takeout, and some went to go to movies and went to bed. None the wiser, for once the sun descended, another being rose. The kindred of the peninsula had an evening filled with plans, and many had already started their nights. With the night so young, it started with Abby waking up Essence, telling her and the rest of the coterie that Alan wished to speak with them. Once roused and dressed, all had gone to meet Alan in his office. He knows something has transpired at the hospital, but with it being outside of his territory, he doesn't quite know exactly what, leaving it as long as the Carmilla doesn't find out, all should be well. And, with a voluntold mentality, urged you to explore the city, while using it as a way to relax, knowing a couple of you are from out of states. He, in his words, says this: "You are out in the city, right? You have eyes and ears, right? And you'll be amongst the kin who are targets of the killer. Yes? Technically, you are doing what they asked, just in a more discreet fashion." Rochelle made her way to the college, hoping to find her teacher, but instead found one of her study mates, Jasper. In the midst of her confused and frantic thoughts of how these last couple of days went, how she damn near broke this masquerade with everyone speaking about it, how her mother is still missing, and how she was ready to break out a witness broken and changing. He seemed to appear out of nowhere, like a puppy sensing trouble, and he wanted to help her out. With this happy-go-lucky demeanor, Rochelle makes a report for her missing mother, keeping her calm as she explains her troubles, at least on the mortal side of things. The two spend time together at the school, exploring the library, visiting the cafe, before making their way back to the hotel to get ready for the night's plan. Essence gave them an invite with a +1 to her nightclub, the COBRA. During that time, Essence remained with Alan to speak with him in private, mainly addressing him about the knowledge Jonathan Harker had, all about Alan and how they met, all the way to the Nosferatu Lamar, of which Alan had no answer for. Acquiring the information regarding Alan's territory, Essence used her charm to learn more about her hosts. Alan is older than the city, his territory vast, and despite the power he has, he seems lonely. Using this chance, Essence offers an invite to Alan, inviting him out to the club just to spend the night living instead of just existing. It seemed her charm worked as they spoke. His mood lightened, if only a little, and makes the promise to keep the invitation in mind. He still had a meeting to finish up. Satisfied with the response, Essence reminds him of the invite and leaves to clean up and get ready to head out, waiting for a different answer. Is Eric okay? Will he be fine? Should I visit him? As Casimir prepares his rituals, he reads a letter from his dear coterie in Mexico. Recollecting himself, he ventures to meet with the Lady Beatrix of the Carmilla. On his way, the Banu Hakim notices Alan's door was closed, moves to hear what Alan and that guest had to say, but decides against it. Time is of the essence. Upon meeting with Beatrix and sharing information, she is both pleased and intrigued, providing him with the range of territories of who owned what and proclaiming that the Sabbat are gone. And a reminder: keep the masquerade. Between Lady Beatrix and Casimir, the two come up with a plan for the youngest. Baldric will be asked to become Rochelle's tutor and teacher. In between this, Rain discovers that Jasper is close by. He's within feet of her, and yet he feels so far away from the gangrel. Her blood starts to stir. She will follow him and Rochelle and protect this young man from any harm, no matter what. With luck, everyone who has a phone got the same message of the party at the Cobra, and Rain and her beast agree. They will ensure nothing will happen to this man, no matter what. For now, she takes to stalking the pair, Rochelle and Jasper, until she is satisfied. Returning to his room to finish preparing his rituals, Casimir makes the decision to add one more into the ritual. Hurt Ward. and it is just about to leave for his office when he decides to visit one more person beforehand, Essence. Greeted with the sight of Rain watching Rochelle's door, he visits with Essence and the two share a meaningful conversation. The two spend some time together and share information between each other. The Banu Hakim nearly spills everything about the Anarchs, the location, where they may be, why were the Black Hands not here, the Camarilla, and their clans. Strangely enough, this composed kindred was excited. This man spoke more to this gangrel than with any other kindred of the coterie thus far. Essence, in turn, gave out her information as well, of Vanjie, of Jonathan, of how Jonathan and Alan know about each other. The pair also came to an agreement. Angie will have to be taken care of at some point. Hearing how hurt Casimir was about how she was not here, Essence provided him some comforting advice and guidance, doing what she could to assure him not to give up. Give it some time. He asked one thing of the game control. Do not share any overwhelming information to the rest yet. Pushing past the more serious information, Essence mentioned Alan and Jonathan's take on the Nosferatu. Both had very different answers. Who was telling the truth, Alan or Jonathan? Both agree they share an uncertainty of bringing everyone towards their eventual destination. Should they bring them and risk dangers like the hospital, or trust that their own morals won't be put into question when it comes time to deal with Angie Wolf? So many quests, so many questions, so many decisions to make. Casimir also reveals the results of the ritual he placed upon his new coterie, a strange-looking symbol that promises to protect those who have it placed upon them. Promising Essence to attend the party at her club, for the reason, as Essence put, you gave me a weird tattoo, you owe me a dance. She mentions that an outfit would be provided for Casimir before they fought. Once fully fed and feeling herself, Rochelle decides she would make amends with Casimir to show her gratitude to her new friends. The young fledgling takes Jasper with her to go shopping, to buy anything she feels will make her friends smile, and to show she meant well. Some were easy to shop for, others were a lot more challenging to figure out, but with time and a little bit of help, the pair were able to find many wonderful things for her friends. Unbeknownst to them, Rain wasn't too far behind, and though her beast was still nagging at her from time to time, she soon found she had nothing to worry about. Yes. Casimir ventures off to Alan's office and finds the Toreador very hungry, as if this kindred hadn't fed in a long time. Seemingly on a whim, Casimir throws the question out at Alan, would you like something to eat? And gestures his arm to the other. Asking if Casimir meant it, Casimir assures him as long as he allows him to perform a ritual on the other vampire, he would. As Casimir pries him, trying to get Alan to answer his questions, he gives little excuses here and there without telling him the whole tale. There seemed to be more than meets the eye. Allowing Alan to feed, Casimir finishes his ritual, bestowing the elder with more protection than before. While the ritual was finishing, Allowing Alan to feed, Casimir finishes his ritual, bestowing the elder with more protection than before. While the ritual was finishing, these two opened up, giving each other the chance to share some personal moments, both hearing parts of their embrace, their emotional bonds with their sires, one out of love, the other out of fear. Once the ritual was finished, Rochelle knocks on Casimir's door, hoping to speak with him. Casimir explains that he would, as long as they weren't alone. With Alan's company, they went up to the rooftop bar, allowing Rochelle to give her gifts to Casimir and to apologize and explain her feelings towards how she responded at the hospital. The moment had many feelings. Casimir was never mad with Rochelle. Disappointed, but not mad, which prompted him to explain why, and to distract her as he excitedly proclaims that he might have found her a teacher, which saddened the young kindred. But not saying this, Casimir pressed on. He was going to see if Baldric, the Carmilla's gangrel, would be her teacher. Excited or angered? They had yet to receive Baldric's answer. This is where the Banu Hakim also revealed the ritual's effects on Rochelle, the protection, as well as what came with that protection. Upset, and not quite noticing Alan's fit of laughter, she exploded. You can't just put tattoos on someone without them knowing, and she decided she would give Casimir a tattoo of his own, a little butterfly on his arm. It was also here that the young fledgling learned of her clan. When these few members of the coterie all realized they all got the invite to Essence Cobra's party, Rochelle, Casimir, and the hotel owner Alan went up to the Torador's penthouse, and an array of outfits were chosen. And now, what would everyone like to do first?
Well, I assume that me and Rochelle are on our way back with Alan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So meet everybody.
Rochelle wants to go see Essence first because she still has to give her gifts to Essence and Rain. So she's
Okay.
gonna see Essence first.
Essence would definitely need to feed since she's like on 3 hunger.
Okay. Would you like to call up?
Like she would like to call Isaac. Hopefully he's still near the hotel.
Go ahead and roll.
Cool. What am I rolling?
Let's do that. If I remember, it was just a regular black die.
Just one.
Mm-hmm.
I got a blank.
Blank. He's a little bit away. He got pressed for another event, but he will be on his way within the hour.
Nice.
While you were doing that, you hear a knock on your door.
Okay.
Michelle is standing right there.
Well, Essence is gonna open the door. She will still be wrapped up in her robe, just taking a freshly nice shower too.
Hi.
Hello.
I have something for you.
For me? What's the occasion?
No occasion, just I got something for everyone, and I wanted to give you your gift.
You're like, you're spoiling me? Give it here, please.
So Rochelle's gonna go into her room and set the bag that has her gift on the bed.
It's like Essence will sit down on the bed and pick up the gift happily and start opening it. What was the gift again?
Inside is a full collection of earrings, rings, necklace, bracelets of golden snake jewelry.
Oh my god. It's not like she doesn't have enough of it. Like, you're so excited and stuff. I was like, I'm gonna put this on tonight. I know the perfect dress to wear with them all. Like, you have saved my life because I didn't want to wear the same thing twice in 1 week at the club. So this is gonna be great.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. I mean, it's pretty, you're pretty, so it just matches.
Call me pretty.
Well, yes, and I'm gonna go now.
It's like, I am gonna see you tonight, right?
Yes, and I'm bringing a friend.
A friend?
Human. Be nice to him.
What kind of friend?
Not that kind of friend, just a friend.
But do you want to become that friend?
No.
Is he that bad in bed? Or she?
No. He and yeah, not my type.
Why not?
Because he has a penis?
That would be bad, yeah.
Yeah.
So what you telling me that tonight I should find you a lady friend? I got you. Yes.
No.
It has
No.
Yes.
No,
I
please.
shall do that. No need to thank me. It's the only thing I can do for you giving me this delightful gift.
Okay, Essence. And she's gonna leave to go find Rain.
Rain,
Yes.
where were you?
Did I go in my? I think I went in my room to get ready, like change a bit, so she could barge in.
She's not gonna barge in. She is just gonna knock.
Knock. Okay, that works too. 1 minute. She gets dressed and gets over to the door. Opens the door. Oh,
Yeah.
hey, sweetie.
I have a gift for you. It's pretty big, actually.
Like car size?
No, not that big. She's gonna reach over. That it's in the hallway. She's gonna pick it up, and it's just big, stuffy.
Oh my lord! Is that a cat?
Yeah,
Oh, it's cute.
it was a lion, right?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, big cat.
She kind of holds it up and kind of looks at its face and the fur around it. So why a cat?
I mean, I don't know. It kind of matches you. You're kind of like a cat.
Ah. Hey, I see a little logo on the butt. What is that?
Oh, it's a college thing. It's from my college.
College where? Let's see.
It-
Hold on. She takes a little closer look at it. Ah, Columbia. It's definitely mine now.
I
She
also got
squeezes
you
it.
I also got you a sweatshirt if you didn't want that. So
Sweatshirt?
yeah, she just holds up the sweatshirt.
Oh my gosh, it's a sweatshirt from the college too?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know what else to get you.
I'll happily take both.
Okay. Here you go.
She eagerly takes it. And puts it on.
Looks good.
Yeah?
Yes.
She gets her hair out. Alright. I think I'm ready.
You look very cozy.
Thank you. Alright, let me put this lion away in my room somewhere. Keep it nice and safe. I don't know what to name it though. I'll think about it. She takes it
Okay.
over to her bed, lays it down. So are we all heading over there?
Yeah, apparently. Also, I'm bringing one of my friends. Please be nice to him and don't, attack him.
You won't have to worry about that.
Okay. Well, yeah. Just my friend. He's coming with two. So,
Okay. I saw him.
yeah.
So go with Rochelle? Where are we going?
Because Rochelle needs to collect Jasper. So, that's what she's gonna do.
Okay. Good. Where's everybody else?
Essence is in her room, and I think Casimir is also in his room? Maybe? I don't know, he's somewhere skulking about.
Sulking.
That's what he does.
I assume. Alright, well, let me meet this Jasper one more time.
Okay. Yeah, that's right, because why were you on the ground when we met, by the way?
Don't worry about that. Don't worry
That's
about
not
that.
suspicious at all, but okay.
Don't worry about that. You know what? There was a familiar scent, and I was on the hunt for it. Well, she's gonna, like, obviously lie about it.
Your manipulation plus persuasion.
Hold on. Give me a second. Do I have to put a red dye in it?
Yes.
1, right? No, I'm at 2.
Okay, so yep, you're 2.
Manipulation. And what was the other one?
Persuasion, manipulation, and your persuasion.
Gonna be an interesting roll. Oh. Okay, 1 critical, 1 beast, 1 blank.
See. Your beast it seems to be helping you with the lie. It's not resisting you, it's helping encourage the lie. It's almost as if it's helping the words pour from your lips. Rochelle, go ahead and roll your intelligence and your insights.
Okay. Intelligence and insight. Ooh. Uh, 2 crits, 2 sevens, and a 9.
She might be telling the truth, but something feels really off about it. You can't put your finger on it.
Is you sure that's all that happened? Because you were pretty close to my door.
Oh yeah, it was definitely a scent, but it kind of disappeared.
Okay.
Kind of like, at your mom's place. Almost like that. And then it disappeared.
It disappeared. Ah, okay. Well, let's have you meet Jasper officially. Not on the ground.
Yeah.
As you two make your way to your room, Rochelle, you find that Jasper is still there, still standing where you left him, just idly gazing outside, none the wiser.
Is he still under the influence that Alvin gave him? Oh no, poor baby.
What happened?
Jasper. Hey, buddy.
What? Oh, hey, Rochelle.
Hi. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
We ready to go?
Awesome. Yes. This is Rain.
Ah, fireball. You finally get it out of your system?
Oh, yeah. Sure did.
Good, good. Hey, I don't know where they're gonna have this club. Might be really fancy. Just watch yourself.
Thanks.
Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on her.
Good, good. Yeah, we should. We should.
But we should be taking off soon. I just talked to Essence, and our other friend Casimir's somewhere around here, doing whatever he does. But soon we'll be heading out.
Of which? Okay. Of which? What were you doing, Casimir?
I think afterwards, well, you know what? If Rochelle left, I think I'm still with Alan.
Yes, you didn't specify going into your room, if I remember.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do?
I would like to get out of this suit. Oh, I already changed into my regular clothes. That's right. I remember that before we went back.
Yes. So you were making. Casimir was going to make the decision to decide what he wanted to wear.
Yeah. Well, I think I am gonna just chill with Alan for a little bit or go back to his room. One or the other.
Miss Allen is touching himself, getting ready. You hear a phone ringing. Since you're still in the penthouse area, it's in the living room area on a little desk. Oh, Casimir, could you answer that for me?
Sure. And I'm gonna go over and look at the phone and pick it up upside down. Hola?
You're hearing talking, but you're not hearing what's being said.
Hello?
For about 10, 20 seconds, you see Alan coming around. It's like, who is... You're holding it upside down, Casimir.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, Alan. Hola?
Alan?
No, this isn't Alan.
Is Alan there?
He is, but he's super busy. Alan, do you have time to... Wait, who is this?
Tell him it's his bartender, wondering where the boss man is.
Bartender. All right. Alan, it's your bartender.
Liam?
He said he was wondering where the boss man was.
So Alan goes over, and he takes the phone from you, and he begins having a conversation. You can only hear his side, and so what you're catching is, oh, Liam, yes, I'll be heading out. Oh, what do you say, Casimir? How long do you think? About an hour? Maybe less?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
There's a what? Are you sure? I need you to be sure on this one. Alright. We'll keep that in mind. For the time being, you are going to be put in charge. So are you going to be able to handle that? Alrighty. Is there anything else? Him. What's he doing now? Yeah, I suppose we'll have to make time for it. Thank you, Liam. And he hangs up the phone. And he turns to you. We are going to be leaving in a group tonight. Just to be on the safe side.
Alright.
Would you like to take on a job for me?
Oh, Alan! We are allies, or more than allies. Wait, what kind of job?
Well, there's a few things that are going on, but we'll deal with the more simple matter. I have this little ruffian in my territory that's been causing some problems. I am
Human
willing
or
to give
kindred?
him to you. Kindred.
I can do whatever I want with him.
You may. As long as he stops causing problems in my territory.
Alright. I'll do it. For free.
How generous! This should not be an issue between you and Beatrix. I assure you of that.
Wait, you want me to kill this kindred? I can do whatever I want with him.
You are free to do as you please with this one.
Okay.
I've given him way too many chances, and all he does is stir trouble.
Alright. Consider
Wow.
it taken care of.
Thank you. For now, let's go meet with everyone, and I'll tell you the details on the right there. He said we should try to leave in a group. He heads down with you and goes to meet you guys along the way. So when you guys are ready, where would you like to meet?
I'm gonna be downstairs at, like, the opening. Or I'm gonna be down there waiting.
Yeah, Rochelle is probably gonna be in the lobby waiting with Jasper and Rain, right? Yeah.
Has Isaac arrived yet?
Yes.
Cool. Well,
It only took him, he said, in about an hour, but he was there in about 20 minutes.
probably beat that traffic. Great, fantastic. So she would, like, when he comes into her room and stuff, she didn't get ready just yet because she didn't want, like, but she didn't want to mess up her outfit.
Of course.
It was like, so she got him on the bed and grabbed his wrist to start eating.
Are you being gentle, or are you just hungry?
I feel like since it's at a level 3, I think she's a little aggressive.
It shocks him at first, but it isn't the first time. Within a matter of moments, he looks away and just allows himself to at least feel the moments. The ecstasy that comes with the kiss.
Nice. How much hunger does it go down?
How much are you willing to take?
I don't want to kill him.
As long as you don't take that one, all of it.
I was like, I'll just take one thing of hunger for right now.
Okay. He's not. He's tired, but he's not exhausted like he was expecting. It takes him a moment, but he quickly recollects himself. And as you give that one final lick to seal the wound, he grabs his handkerchief and wipes off any any excess, any mess, just to keep with the presentation.
And that's why he's Essence's favorite. So Essence will start getting ready now. Would Isaac still be able to drive, or is he too exhausted?
He'll be able to drive, but he makes a point as he's explaining, he's fixing himself up. He was able to pass by Alan briefly, as Casimir and him were coming down the stairs. Alan pulls him off to the side, just briefly, letting him know that he was going to have a driver tonight, and if that would be okay with him. And he extends that question to you. Are you okay with Alan having a driver to drive us?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Would you like me to stay, or would you like me to meet you in the lobby and let you finish changing?
I was like, it's like you can go meet up with the others in the lobbies if you like.
Okay. He gives a light bow, and he goes out, closing the door behind him, making sure it's secure, before heading down the stairs.
And yeah, Essence will recollect herself and get into her dress. She'll put her hair up with her dress just hanging down like a high ponytail with some hair hanging down. She'll put in on the jewelry that Rochelle got her, and then she will head out to meet the others.
And as you do so, you're all coming together. Just as you all were about to head out front, you see an older looking man, probably in his mid to late 40s, in a very business casual bartending attire. He goes over to Alan and takes him off to the side. They speak for just a moment. And you can see, judging from the conversation, how it seems to be going, Alan does seem a little unsettled, a little uncertain. Before you finally hear, are you sure you want to take on the peninsula tonight? I can stay behind if I have to. No. It'll be fine. And Casimir, you recognize the voice. This was the voice that was over the phone. It'll be fine. Just go ahead. Just stay out of trouble. We don't know what entirely we're dealing with. Of course. And Alan goes and returns to you. Shall we go?
I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Let's go. Let's party.
Jasper is right behind you. Yes, let's party!
Woo!
He's just momentarily taken aback. This is your +1, right, Rochelle?
Yes. This is Jasper. Alan, Jasper.
Pleasure. Hey, didn't we meet in the hall? We did. Thank you for understanding. Oh yeah, you asked me to stay in the no biggie. And this is where another one of Alan's employees comes by. This one very well dressed, very professionally all business with him. Just a man, he's about mid-30s, well dressed, and it seems like he has the keys, and he gestures for Alan. And in turn, Alan gestures you guys along. And in the car, it is a very very traditional limo. It's a nice limo. And inside, very nice leather seating, a tiny little coffee-like table in the center with seats just surrounding it. You have anywhere you would like to sit.
Oh. I'm sitting by Alan, but that's because the blood is still strong.
I'm gonna pull Jasper to like sit next to me, and I'm just gonna start looking around everywhere. I'm like, holy shit, this is a limo. I've never been in a limo. Have you?
Essence is
No,
just excited to see all the facial expressions of everyone.
Right?
This is
Rochelle
pretty...
and Jasper, they are just over the moon, so excited, pointing at every little thing that's happening.
Brains to be calm and collected, just more invested in looking at her sweatshirt more proudly. And of course watching Rochelle and Jasper kind of oohing and eyeing.
And how are you feeling, Casimir?
If I had a book, I would be sitting there reading it, but I don't have one of my books. So I am just sitting next to Alan, quietly, playing with my beads. Probably looking at Essence every once in a while, and then looking back at Alan and the rest of the car.
With Essence,
I know I'm also at 2 hunger, so I'm just
just holding it
You're holding it in.
I'm gonna try not to like freak every time our legs accidentally touch each other. It's gonna be like, because I know I ate off what he ate off me this time, right?
Yes. Alan said
So I'm feeling a little bit.
Essence would just be looking.
It doesn't.
Essence is just looking back and forth at, because she's like, I feel like she's sitting across from them, just looking at Alan and Casimir, and just like. Right. Also, I like to just like canon that Essence sent Isaac home, but she sent Nicole a text to be her +1 at her own party at the Cobra.
To be right there. What is that? Alright. It doesn't escape Alan's gaze, like, surrounded by excitement and just enthusiasm, just the oohs, the ahs. He does take notice of your growing discomfort, Casimir. He leans in, trying to keep it enough of a whisper so only you can hear. You will be free to feed off of this one.
And he's not gonna say anything. He's just gonna like give him like the good look, but I don't want the others to hear.
Mm-hmm. And that's when the driver gets into his side. He makes sure the separating window is up, and he begins driving on. Shouldn't take. Where exactly was your club?
I remember it was on First Street.
First Street. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to get there. Should be reasonable enough time. And Alan gestures on the little table in front. Below is a little refrigerator geared toward some of your specific refreshments. I'm afraid I don't have anything for you yet, Casimir, but I have enough for everybody this time.
Does that necessarily work? Like, is it like vials or something?
It'll be like in little bottles, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm like, does it keep a rat in there?
Also, would it like be visible? Like, would Jasper notice what it is, or would he just think it's like alcohol?
For Jasper, Alan looks over to him, and he remarks, "Oh, and I do have some more refreshments. They are right under your seat, Jasper. So feel free to take them there." And Jasper's just this really toothy grin, just, "Yes, thank you." He reaches below his seat and he just pops open a beer.
He's such a golden retriever. Ah.
Essence is just like, oh, he's just a cute little man.
Rochelle's gonna take one of the refreshments from the refrigerator and just kind of sip it.
So is Rain.
Essence will too.
Okay. Closest to you, it's like he seemed to predict where you would sit. Closest to where you are, you notice that there is a vial in there, and it has a small little picture of a cat on it.
DJ takes the vial, or is it bottle?
If there's a mix, an eclectic mix of vials and bottles, things to look like, give the illusion of different varieties of shots and drinks.
I'm gonna say it's like a shot of something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. She takes the vial and literally just one arm
Just toss it back.
yes, toss it back.
Essence saw like the symbol of the cat. I was like, oh, you're taking a pussy shot. Delicious.
It is delicious. Here's the vial back. Woo! I'm gonna feel it.
Rochelle's gonna
Really?
try not
That's
to
bad?
laugh. Oh God. Hmm.
What is Cashmere wearing?
This. I already know you're gonna yell at me, but turtleneck. The exact same outfit.
Rain's wearing a collared sweatshirt under what
He's
she was
trying not
originally
to pay
gonna wear.
attention to everybody. He's keeping his head down, trying not to pay attention to everybody.
You might have to say something to her.
So she like will lean back, crosses her legs. She's like, I know I love you all here, and you are always welcome at my club. But at my club there is rules, and it's like sometimes I can turn a blind eye, but tonight I have some special guests there, so I cannot let you guys break the rules this go around. I have extra clothes at the club that hopefully will fit you guys and fit your style if you trust me. Looking at you, Casimir and Rain.
I just have a sweatshirt. I do have a blouse under here. I can take off the sweatshirt if there's a closet. I can put it in.
Yes, we do have a coat check.
Okay. She kind of.
We have a couple of extra outfits, just in case for Casimir, whatever he finds most comfortable, and specifically geared towards your tastes as well. So hopefully we can find a compromise.
It's like, I asked one of my stylists to make something that's very specific for Cashmere, and hopefully they will like it. I know he likes his hoods. very gloomy effects.
His very unique aesthetic.
Yes, very, very unique. She just stares down at Casimir, just like
He's still trying not to look at everybody.
she's just like perk up.
Yeah, we're going to the club. Woo!
Jaspier is just mirroring the woo!
Yes, woo. Isn't that right, Casimir?
Whoa.
I think tonight's gonna be very interesting.
Meanwhile, you have your host trying to keep his own composure, trying not to burst out in his own little fit of giggles.
Oh,
Within a good 20-25 minutes, you all arrive at the club. Essence, if you would go ahead and describe your club.
Yes. So once you arrive to the club, everything is lit up with green and yellow lighting. There's a neon sign flashing up above that says COBRA across it. At the entrance, it has a red carpet. There's a bouncer, and obviously there's a long line that's wrapping around the club of people that's not on the list, but they're hoping that they can get in. And so, yeah, I'll describe the rest of it inside when I actually go inside, if everyone's ready for that.
yes.
Nalin helps the ladies out of the vehicle. Jasper bursts out. He gets into kind of like the center between the street and the club, and he's just mesmerized and in awe of the club itself. Zalin goes over to his driver and he explains, "We'll call when we're ready." And he heads back onto the streets, gesturing Casimir to come as well. I promise this will be worth it, Casimir.
Okay, alright.
That's it. Alright, bro.
Try not to be too close to I'm feeling a lot of feels.
So Essence will go up to one of the bouncers, and there will be a thing hanging up on the door, and it looks like one of those zip up bag things you put clothes in. She'll take that off and hand it to Casimir and said, like, when we go inside, the bathroom's to the left, and you put this on.
Left, got it.
Yes. And I'll sing a picture.
And he's gonna lean in and be like, and no upstairs.
And no upstairs. No upstairs, everyone. Unless I am around, but no upstairs. Everybody got that?
Yep.
Excellent. So as they will all enter, it still continues with the same aesthetic of green lights, some yellow there. There's a dance floor on the right side of people just having a great time, just like the club feeling. There is on more towards straight head on is the long bar, ton of bartenders circling around that you can get drinks at any point in time. There is a quiet seating area of booths and like leather and some cushion, some couches and stuff, just very nice homey feel. It's just there's a lot of space to move around unless you go to the dance floor area. There is an elevator too on the left side near the quiet area that does lead to the second floor and stuff, but as Essence has warned, do not go to the second floor.
Is there a basement?
There is a basement.
Okay.
Lauren.
Did you go up to the bouncer too? The bouncer immediately recognizes you. Welcome back, Miss Watsons. We're glad to have you here.
Thank you. These are my guests that I put on the list that I gave you guys ahead of time. Just wanted to let you guys know.
Yes, yes. We got Miss Rain, Miss Rochelle and her +1. We got, of course, you, Mr. Casimir, Mr. Lawrence. Welcome, Mr. Lawrence. Alan gives him a small gesture, and you guys all are inside. What would you like to do?
Rochelle is gonna like pull Jasper close to like say in his ear, "Stay close to me tonight, okay? I want to keep an eye on you, cause you, when you drink, you're really stupid."
Well, I mean, you're not wrong. But I think we should, just in case for your friend, too. We don't want another on the floor in front of a door situation. That might get a little bit uncomfy here.
True. Oh, Rain! Reindeer!
Yeah.
Why don't you stick close with us tonight? We'll all just have like a nice little... I don't want to say three-way, but it is only three of us.
Three-way, somebody say?
No. No. God, no. And then,
Okay.
and then after that, she's going to drag Rain and Jasper to the dance floor because she wants to dance.
He eagerly follows, and he's just having the time of his life, letting loose, dancing around.
Did someone take her sweatshirt away?
Yeah, I would say the bouncer took it away. Say, put this in coat. Oh, my fang fell out. Put this in coat check. She will take the sweatshirt.
And then she is pulled away with Rochelle.
Yes.
As soon as we were waiting near the bathrooms to wait for Casimir to come out.
Gonna go in and get changed.
It's almost like a loose jacket with a tailcoat at the end. There is a small hood in the back. It won't cover up its whole head because it's against the rules for to cover the whole head. But just to give it a little hood, it is a very darkish green, but the inside top has a curved collar and it is black with gold buttons all the way down. The pants are like loosely like slacks a little bit too.
Okay, not so tight so I can bend down in these. He's gonna sigh in the bathroom for a minute. Do I even want to go out there?
Yes.
Alan did promise food. All right. And then he's gonna come out.
You look so good.
Thank you. I didn't pick it out.
Yeah, you didn't.
I would not have picked this out.
I know you wouldn't. That's why I picked it out.
Promise me you're not going to take any pictures.
I cannot make any promises that nobody else won't take pictures.
All right. As long as you don't take pictures. I don't want this getting back to Mia Familia back at home.
And I was like, I won't send any pictures to your family.
All right.
So what'd you like to do? You saw me a dance, but I don't want you to push yourself to do that now.
Yes, I remember I owe you a dance.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to eat.
Like, eat what?
I'll go ahead and take care of him for the time being, Miss
Oh,
Essence.
thank you, Aunt Alan.
I'm not that bad of a person to be around.
No, he's still right now, like he's gonna put his hand around him, and then he's gonna realize he did it. Oh crap!
Well,
He'll just hold his arm. He'll hold his arm out to
if you like,
Casimir. It'll be fine. We still have some business arrangements to attend to. I'll give him back to you before the night's done so you can have your dance.
Hopefully by then I'll be back to normal.
and
Or
for your guys' time together, just head downstairs, make a right, and you'll see a specific room for you guys.
Perfect. Shall we?
Just the water. I wish I could say more in a public place. Just trust me for right now.
I trust you. We're friends.
Yes.
You said that. You see that, Alan? I told you I had one.
That is me. I am the friend.
I am very pleased. So, Alan is going to lead you downstairs. He's not going to go as far as Essence provided the directive. Because he feels that no one is around, that's when he'll stop. Alrighty. So, to my understanding, the person that I explained to you about is supposed to make an appearance here tonight. I'll point him out for you, and then you can do as you see fit.
Alan, do you want to help me hunt him down?
A part of me says no. However, I do feel I owe you for helping me.
Mm-hmm. You did a really unique thing with that individual back there. It'll be great. Just distract him, bring him down here, and then...
If he chooses to follow me.
Okay.
He and I have gotten off foot a few times.
That's going to make this difficult. If you could just bring him somewhere away from...
Absolutely. You won't have to
Awesome.
worry.
All right. Also, do you think this outfit is...
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try and check the chats for the outfit real quick.
Excuse me.
Oh, crap, I get to see the outfit. Oh, dang.
Well, I think it looks pretty cool.
It looks very nice.
It
looks
screams
really
Casimir. I picked it out a week ago, and it screamed Casimir to me.
Alan is going to look over from top to bottom, back to looking at you. I think it suits you.
I think so too. I think Miss Essence did a really good job. I'm not saying anything bad about the outfit that you and young Rochelle picked out, but this one there's a lot more breathing. I'm not so constricted.
That is fair. These outfits are meant for presentation, not of your particular work.
It still looked really good. I like the orange.
Yes, the orange suited you as well.
Mm-hmm. Your outfit looks nice on you tonight, too. Do you feel like you can...
Alan is wearing a maroon burgundy suit without the tie. So it's just a nice, more businessy casual, but still very professional. I think it suits me all right. I think
You
it's...
can do what the younger kindred do over there, and he's gonna point at Rochelle and the group over there that's dancing.
dancing. Jasper just like throwing his arms around,
Yes.
all excitedly
that.
screaming. I don't feel that I would be of that particular. I don't feel I have the talent for that.
Right, they don't dance like that back where I'm from.
I don't think. I wouldn't think.
No.
Your town is rather small. It was hard to find. Shall I go and fetch him for you?
Yes, please.
So you see Essence Alan returning back up by himself. He scans the crowd for a little bit, from right to left, and then his vision narrows on one individual and he starts going to them. Rochelle!
Yes.
You and Jasper just dancing the night away.
Yeah. Rochelle's trying to, like, pull Rain in and get her to join in. Just like, come on, listen up!
Dance already!
She's gonna act the part, but more like Rain dancing. Like, Rain dancing.
Just the... like,
Yeah.
come on, you have to be our age. You have to know something. Come on!
I don't do well on the spot.
Oh,
Well,
come on.
just like feel the beat. Just I call this the jellyfish.
Alright, she mimics the jellyfish.
These guys are dancing, hardly caring what everybody else was thinking. They're more preoccupied with their own businesses. Those who are kindred, they're focusing on their own business, some of their own kin, their own mortals, their own prey. In essence, as you're observing your surroundings for right now, waiting, you gaze towards the stairs and the elevator that lead to the second floor. You begin seeing him walking down the steps. He gazes over, with pride, viewing this like his kingdom, before he finally sees you. Smiles big and wide, and he heads right for you. Essence!
He was like, hey, wait, I'm trying to make sure. Is this Nigel, or is this?
This is Nigel.
Hey. And she's like, with arms big wide, and she's like, hello, big bro.
Where have you been? We've missed you.
I know you guys have, but you remember that when I texted you after the little incident after the coffee shop, that I got a letter from you know who?
Oh, so where have you been staying?
I was like, I've been staying at the Peninsula.
Staying at his?
Oh yeah.
What's it?
Wait, what'd you say?
What's it like?
It's very big. It's very interesting. Very rich.
Oh. Like, rich.
Yeah.
Ours is better, though.
Yes, it is.
I mean, we have all this.
Yeah.
They have nothing to say about that.
It's like, we bring the entertainment here into NYC.
Mm.
And no one can ever change that. And I hope you like the little
Yeah.
welcome home party.
Yes. I heard you brought some friends.
I did. They're also got the letter too. And it's been a little intense lately. So I wanted to make sure they like loosen up a little bit.
Yes. He'd bring that spirit back.
Yeah.
No idea what the hell you're doing. I don't want to know. It sounds like too much work for me.
Yes.
But I can only imagine, especially if you're dealing with them.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I was like, but like I'm staying safe obviously. Make sure didn't lead anyone here or anything.
Good.
It's like
Will you introduce me to your friends?
they're like Essence will like look around and stuff. I was like, I see why not. Do you want to go to the dance floor or do you want me to bring them to a more quieter area?
I want a required area.
Okay.
I'd like to get to know who's befriended and gotten into good graces with my sister.
I can have that arranged. So get that. So go ahead and settle down. I'll bring over some shots for all of us and I'll go gather them up.
Shall we do the top, the bottom, or do we want to be here on the neutral ground?
I was like, I feel like the top would be more suited, but I don't want to expose them to up top, if you know what I mean.
Yes,
And
that would be.
And the basement is kind of booked with everyone doing in their feeding rooms. So,
Yes.
did anyone rent up top tonight?
I suppose, and that's when he takes notice of Alan, and you as well. You see him coming back with a younger kindred. You don't really recognize them. Young man, short cut, blonde hair, leather jacket, just tattoos everywhere. The kind of sort you wouldn't have expected in your club. It must have slipped by somehow. He's clearly kinder. That Alan? That Alan Laurent.
It's like, yeah, that's them.
That one with you guys too? The shorty next to him?
I have not recognized them. I don't know who they are.
We'll worry about that another time.
Okay.
Alright, so he's here. So probably not the top floor.
Yeah.
How does he feel with being here? I hear he's old.
It's like he. All right. I mean, this is his first time not out in years, maybe centuries. Yeah.
Well, I'll see if we can't get some of our people to hide some of the stuff until we see where he stands. And then we could use the top.
Yeah. Just like, yeah. You can just you can put them in their cages and stuff. You can leave a few out of the cages in the ceiling and stuff. I know some of them need their fresh air and stuff. And I gather everyone up. I think everyone's cool.
Yeah, we'll say it's decor. We'll say it's a part of the aesthetic.
Yeah, everyone's really chill, I promise you. Maybe not Casimir, but everyone's chill.
Yes. I can't wait to hear. You have one more coming, don't you? If I remember?
Yes.
The little thing that you hang out with once a week?
Yeah. Well, he won't be going upstairs at all. You'll meet him at a different time.
Yes. That one I'm especially interested in meeting. But for now, I'll meet you up there. I'll get started. I'll get our people to start working on that, and I'll let you know when it's ready.
Yeah, just send me a text.
Will do. And he starts heading back up the stairs. And that's when you see Alan heading back down the stairs. Casimir.
Oh, frick. As soon as he left, if we're in a room, I wanted to use hidden presence to hide myself. So.
Right, let me get that up.
I don't get hungry.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Good, because I'm at you.
We don't need that now. I mean, yes. Anyway. Alrighty. That. Perfect. And it takes a few minutes. You're waiting patiently. Many are coming back and forth between you, moving from side all the way back up the stairs, some of them coming down the stairs into their own rooms, some of them looking drained as they leave, some of them looking more lively as they go in. And while you're just getting overwhelmed by the sheer activity between mortals and kindred coming through, you see Alan finally returning with a young man, short blonde hair, covered in tattoos, leather jacket. And he's at least Alan was very visibly trying to keep himself together, trying not to get upset. And you just see this young man absolutely just shit talking him, but still going along with it. Just he gives off the presence of chaos, of what you would expect of the anarchy. Yeah, I do have a friend for you to meet. I think you'll like them very much. The younger kinder. I hope so. I mean, you dragged me all the way from. I was partying. You realize how difficult it is to get into this place without being seen? I'm aware. I'm very well aware. Mr. Casimir? And Alan just shoves the young vampire where he knows, where he can see where you would be.
Oh, good. Great. That's right. He can see me. I forget that. Oh, man. I'm tearing his leather jacket off. As soon as he makes contact and I'm biting down into his neck, it's...
Now
getting rid
make
of this
sure
hunger.
that you guys
Shut
are in
the
the
door!
room. Closes
Please.
the door behind him. And he ventures upstairs. We go back to the party. Just fixes his jacket. And he lets you do what you need to.
Bye, Alan. He is a true homie.
The young
Ride or
man
die.
before you, he's fighting you right now. He's trying to fight you, trying to push you
It's
off.
true.
But he's young. He's a young kindred. Never really been in a vampire brawl, so to speak. Like, what the man? Get the fuck off of me!
Shut up. And I'm gonna put my hand over his mouth.
And he's trying. It just comes out in muffles, just trying to elbow you off of him, but you got him in just the right rhythm.
You're not going nowhere.
And then we proceed to feed.
Yes. Very much so. At least to get rid of one of my hunger. And then I want to do something else.
What would you like to do?
As soon as I get rid of one of my hunger, because I don't want to kill him, I'm going to... Yeah, I don't want to kill him. I'm gonna... Because his mouth has got my hand, I'm gonna shove it deeper in where his fangs are and prick. I want to cut it open. And I want to bond him with me.
Okay.
With my blood.
You want to bond him.
You're gonna be mine. My
Oh,
new lunchbox.
okay. The moment your blood touches his tongue, his lips, he immediately freezes. He's only experienced this sensation once before, and that was between his sire and himself.
Mm.
And as you feed him, he starts to lax in your grip.
Mm.
And he
Like a
looks
little.
upon you like, what did you do?
Shh, it's fine. I'm gonna help you see the light.
Your father?
Yes, I'm a priest.
Oh, priest. What did he call you?
Casimir. What is your name?
Daddy Casimir, gotcha.
Mm.
Oh, I'm
Daddy
Essence,
Casimir.
Essence said that once. You know Essence? She said that once. That's what you guys call priests. Here, in America.
sure.
I'm gonna,
Yeah,
I'm gonna push him
totally.
down. I'm gonna let him fall out of my hands. All right.
He'll just fall. He allows himself to fall, and he's just staring up at you with these very doe-like eyes. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm Michael.
Michael. All right. I'll remember that. Michael. Right now, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to leave and come find me tomorrow night. Can you do that?
Why, yes, Daddy Casimir.
Good. And then we'll continue this later.
Will do. Will do.
Mm.
He sits back up, just cleans himself off, and he gives a nice little cutesy wave before walking back out, climbing up the stairs. And for you, Essence, you just see that same young man coming out, this very goofy looking smile, and he just flamboyantly leaves your club without a fuss, without a muss.
Essence is just leaning on the bar counter, sipping her drink. Like watching, like first seeing Alan come up, and she's like, "That's suspicious, okay?" And then she sees the boy, and she's like, "Ah, Daddy Casimir strikes again." She continues to drink.
Alan, who has met up with you, he too looks very confused once the young man emerges and leaves.
Like,
I see.
Essence just looked back up at Alan, just like,
Please don't be sad,
what
Alan.
was supposed to be the game plan?
What game plan?
Don't act dumb with me. This is my club.
I would never.
Mm.
I would never remove it.
Mm-hmm.
You have a beautiful club.
Mm-hmm. Compliments will get you far here. But I think we both know what has happened.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
He does seem like visibly disappointed, kind of gazing back towards the direction of the downstairs, but yes, there was a plan.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope Casimir is now well enough to give you the dance that he promised you.
And I was like, I hope so. But why are you disappointed?
My disappointment is of no concern. It should not bring. You brought us here for fun. I don't mean to be such a downer. I apologize.
Oh, you're not the downer. That's Casimir, and I'm used to it.
No, I don't see him as a downer. I see him far from that. He's in a new country. He's still getting used to things. Comes from a very different world, so I can understand that.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I'm
Also,
sad with it.
is that also my brother has invited us to the top floor if you are interested tonight.
Absolutely. I've been away from the community for so long, it feels very rude that I have not introduced myself to all of you proper.
Perfect. Do you have a specific type of shot that you would like or drink?
I am afraid that my particular preferences are not quite here, but I appreciate the offer.
You're like, sure you don't want anything, just anything to solution up for tonight. You seem tense.
Perhaps maybe something. At least enough. I am meeting your brother after all. I should be be my best today.
As I make sure to get you the house special. It will be upstairs. I just need to get. I'm trying to gather around everyone together before we all head up.
Wonderful. And he turns and he sees Rochelle, Jasper still dancing the night away. I assume she's been fed. Rain, she had a little something, but do you know if she's still hungry or not?
I haven't seen her eat at the times I've been with her, but I'm also been busy myself. But I'll make sure to get her something nice upstairs also.
Yes, I'm sure she would love that. We do need to think of young Jasper. I don't foresee wanting him there.
He shouldn't be there, but I can make a distraction for him upstairs.
Perfect.
Like, he has a college boys, and I know what college boys like.
I am afraid I have only spoken to some of his particular age. I have not experienced.
He's like,
Maybe Rochelle can help.
I feel like Rochelle won't like my plan.
Oh,
Right?
I'm concerned now. What the?
Rochelle, you just see the essence. It's like her demeanor's completely changed. She went from the fun party girl, now she's in boss girl mode.
Yeah.
You see her and Alan speaking with each other almost very professionally as if they were like business partners.
She's gonna watch him for a little bit, and then she's gonna look at Rain and Jasper and be like, "I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some shots."
Has Nicole arrived?
Nicole,
Yes.
she's trying to come into the door.
Perfect.
She's looking around, trying to find you, and then not far behind, Isaac is with her, leading her to the bar.
Perfect.
Rochelle, what do you do as soon as you get to the bar?
Essence and Alan are at the bar, right?
Yes.
Yes.
She's going to order like a couple of tequila shots for her and Jasper, and then she's gonna look at Alan and Essence and be like, "So what are you guys over here doing?"
We're just talking about how my brother wants to meet you guys upstairs.
Your brother.
Mm-hmm. He does own half of this club.
Well, I know that. I follow you on Instagram.
Yeah.
Is he like you? Or is he like super strict?
If we're gonna be honest, I'm the strict sibling. So take that as you will.
You are? She's gonna look Essence up and down.
I am.
Interesting. So we're gonna meet him upstairs?
Yes.
What are we gonna do with Jasper?
I can take care of him.
No. What do you mean take care of him?
I'm not gonna kill him.
Well, I figured you wouldn't do that, because, well, I at least hoped you wouldn't do that.
No, I won't.
So what do you plan to do? Exactly.
Like, I have plenty of humans that come to the top floor. And I know what college boys like.
Are you insinuating that you're gonna get him a hooker?
Maybe. What kind of hooker does he like? But it's not hookers.
I don't know what kind of women he likes. Ask him.
I think I probably know. I have varieties. They're not hookers. They're professional dancers.
As long as it keeps him distracted.
It will.
Alright.
And I promise they won't eat him.
Okay. My anxiety!
Oh, you should take a couple more shots.
Are you trying to get me drunk?
We can't get drunk. Can we? I just fingers crossed.
Can vampires get drunk?
I'm like, wait a second. We can't get drunk off of alcohol, right?
There's a merit for that.
Yeah.
There is a merit for that, but because it counts as food, you have to make a specific roll to see if you keep it down. If you can't keep it down, you'll throw it back up.
Oh.
So you can fake looking like you're drinking it, you just can't actually drink it.
Well, that sucks. Okay.
It's like, Essence would be like, be careful with the tequila shots for at least yourself. Swish it around your mouth and make it disappear.
We don't actually drink it?
Don't swallow it.
Don't.
You won't like yourself later.
Well, that sucks. Okay, I won't swallow it.
I was like, you can get a special shot if you like. The type of type you like.
Type?
Type.
Are you talking like a blood shot?
Yeah.
Oh, any kind, I guess. I'm not picky.
I get you AB. Those are more sweeter to me. That's the most sweet. She'll snap at the bartender to make sure to get a round of those for Rochelle.
Your bartender, he comes around. He gives the original 2 tequila shots that Rochelle ordered, as well as like understanding the rhythm of the snaps. He gives one shot of blood as well.
Thanks.
He'll smile, he'll nod, and he'll go right back to taking care of the other clients that come up.
Rochelle's just gonna toss back the shot of blood.
She'll also snap at the bartender one more time to do another shot of snake blood for Rain.
He finishes up with his first 2 guests, then he'll come over, and then he'll present you with another shot.
That's when Rochelle make sure to give that one to Rain.
Okay. Well, just come get us when we gotta meet your brother, I guess.
Once y'all finish the shots, just meet me at the elevator. Also, Rochelle, this is Nicole. She's the girl that runs my social media account.
As you speak about her, Nicole comes up with Isaac. I am so sorry for being late.
It's like, it's
I
no problem.
appreciate the better the meeting.
It was short notice. But Nicole, this is Rochelle. Rochelle, Nicole.
Pleasure.
I
Nicole, I would like you to get very acquainted to Rochelle tonight. That's why I asked you to be here tonight.
Like on friend level or showing her the rope?
However, as a friend level.
Okay. Huh. What were you gonna do, Rochelle? And she says that as she hands some paperwork over to Essence. These were just the results from the last meeting. Nothing to worry about right now.
Alright. She just does a quick, look through before setting it on the counter. She's like, I'll look at those later. But thank you, though.
Mm-hmm.
I always appreciate your work.
Thank you. You got shots in your hand.
Yes.
Where are you going with them?
To the dance floor. Rochelle's gonna look at Essence and just kind of be like, "What are you doing?"
I'm giving you a friend.
Uh-huh. Wanna join us on the dance floor?
Why not? Let's go. I don't ever get much time off, so this is nice.
Feel free to party hard, Nicole.
With pleasure. She'll just take one of the shots that Rochelle has of her own and just down it. Let's go.
Okay, Rochelle's gonna lead Nicole back to Rain and Jasper.
Casimir, you're finishing cleaning yourself up from your recent meal. What do you plan to do now?
I'm gonna be in shame for a minute. Pray to my Lord. I did what I had to do. And then I'm gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna go back upstairs.
That was quick.
And as you come up, this is when you see Jasper is still partying. He's trying to get Rain to do more than the robot-y Rain sort of a dance. I mean, encouraging her. You see Rochelle carrying back a shot in her hand with another person you don't recognize. And then off at the bar area, you find Essence and Alan just looking about the place, chit-chatting of their own. Where would you like to go? What would you like to do?
Do they see me?
Essence, go ahead and make a wits plus awareness.
Wits plus awareness. Do I add hunger die?
You have one still. One or two.
Does it, when I took the refreshment, does that take a hunger away?
Yes.
Then I'll just have one.
Okay.
So. Guess I just rolled one die. I got a crit on. I just have one die, and it's a crit.
Alright. You see him from a mile away. Alan is briefly distracted, but once he sees you, zoom right in on Casimir, that's when Alan then notices Casimir.
It's like, Essence is gonna be like the man of the hour.
He has returned. And he's just staring. Alan is now staring at you with a very confused, I thought we had a deal look.
I'm staring back at him like, just that still, almost like I'm sorry kind of look.
Essence just looking back at both of them. Did Daddy Casimir strike again? He seemed pretty happy leaving.
I feel like Daddy Casimir struck again. Shall we go in?
You can't see me, no. Cloak of Shadows. Cloak of Shadows. I know he can see me, but I'm gonna do it. Because I can feel him being sad. Cloak of Shadows.
Alan's gaze does not disappear from you.
Essence is just like, okay. Anyways, Casimir, just to give you the memo, my brother would like to talk to you.
Yes, we need to inform him of your plan for the evening. He still owes you a dance.
Mm-hmm.
Must make sure he honors that agreement.
Yeah, I do care for my deals.
But... And he turns his attention back to Rochelle and Rain. You guys still just dancing around, partying, living it up?
Mm-hmm.
We're trying our best.
And Jasper, he lets out a, I need a drink.
Rochelle's gonna hand him one of the tequila shots.
Oh, I don't know if I have the strength.
Come on, just toss it back, you wimp!
Are you crazy?
Just do it!
Strike.
Do it! Peer pressure! Peer pressure!
Rain's gonna join in. Do it.
And he tosses it back. He shuts his mouth immediately. You can just see the face happen until he swallows it and just... You scare me.
And then Rochelle is very gonna sneakily hand the shot of the snake blood to Rain and said, "This is from Essence. For you."
Oh. Okay. Any indication of what it looks like, or just more like it's a shot and it's red?
Are your bloodshots any different than what than what blood looks like, or is it tinted a different shade to look more like a drink?
It would be, that shot would probably be tainted different because snake blood is really hard to get and stuff. So it'd be a mixture of a reddish, yellowish type of mixture and stuff. But it is very of addicting shot type thing.
So as you're looking over it, Rain, you can't. It's not kin. It's not mortal. It's not vampire. It's animal. You're not quite sure what animal, but you are able to consume it.
Okay. Down the hatch it goes.
Yeah!
Jasper in turn is like, yeah. I need something different. He's just gonna go to the bar.
Water. Get that boy some water.
He's
kind of a wimp.
He needs a different chaser. So, Essence, you do see Rain is present, Rochelle is present, Casimir's present, Alan's present. Well, Casimir's as present as he can be. And all you're doing is just waiting for your brother to finish up everything he needs to upstairs. Is there anything you wanted to do with anyone or everyone before that happens?
At this time, there's not much of anything. She would go behind the bar to grab a binder just to double check on something to make sure that everyone that usually goes in the COBRA has paid their dues. Just to double check something, make sure she doesn't have no surprises for the evening.
No one that's scheduled tonight. You have one that'll be coming tomorrow.
Then she'll just close the binder, and that's all she needed to check.
Alan is going to get up, and he's going to make his way towards Casimir. His arms fold, and he at least just hangs around in the general area. I thought we had somewhat of an arrangement.
Oh, he in trouble.
Was he not your type?
Okay, I'm gonna become invisible. He was my type. I just didn't feel comfortable getting rid of someone in this area that I don't know. This isn't my club. Plus, I promise that it might be good for me to have an extra feeding source.
I suppose that is fair.
I can't keep feeding off of you, Alan. I know you can feel it. I can feel it. Well, it's gone now, but...
I gotta walk away for a minute.
Okay. You still had Caden. You have your backup, so I suppose it is necessary to have an additional just in case. Well, why spare him? Specifically that one.
'Cause he's young and dumb. He'll do what I say. He's not as old as you. I can't make him do it. I can't make you. I can't keep feeding off of you.
I never incent. Not unless if you're wanting to. I never. I'm...
And plus, he might be able to help. He's younger, and maybe he can help me find out more about the city.
That is true. So I only know what goes on in my territory. I don't know what goes on out there. He's only recently come into my territory. That is true.
Although he will come find me. I'm just giving you a heads up. He seemed a lot younger. He wasn't Rochelle's age. I could taste that much, but...
I certainly hope. I hope that he does not cause too much trouble in my domain. That is all I ask.
I'll do my best to keep him under control.
Please do.
I just need 3 more times with him, and or 2
And
more.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted someone to blood bond with. Was that your
That was
overall-
my not any of the coterie. I didn't want to do it with any of them. Especially after finding out Rochelle was a fledgling.
We don't need to cause her any trouble. Especially since we're still learning about her. We don't know who she belongs to.
Not yet.
Alright. At the very
It would have
least,
been easy to do that, but I don't think that blood bonding is now on the table now that I have a friend. I would like to keep it real.
Aww.
Not artificial.
Aww. That's so sweet.
Alan's lost for one.
Maybe now we can be more than just allies.
I would appreciate that.
Would you like another friend? Would you like a friend?
He has this smile that seems truly genuine and warm. I would appreciate that.
Okay. What do friends do, Alan?
Friends. At least from what I've seen, and though the one person that I could call friend, it's more of the man that you saw. That is Liam. I have known him for the last 100 years. He's been with me since the dawn of the peninsula.
Oh, the phone guy.
Yes, the phone guy.
Mm-hmm.
What we have can be friendship. He and I will go out of each other's ways to ensure we do what needs to be done in each
What
other's
was that
best
phone call about? You seemed worried earlier.
You will find you will not be the only one, but all who are kindred will receive a message. This is going to go beyond. This is not related to the case.
Wait,
I'm sure you have.
like a paper message? Or one of those messages?
It'll be paper.
Okay.
And he looks around. He makes sure nobody is listening. You are familiar with hunters.
Yes.
It's
Great.
It's but a rumor we must take seriously.
Yeah. And now he's gonna look over at the ones that are dancing like, ugh.
That's why I encouraged us to be in a group.
Together. I get it now. All right. Well,
Shall we go?
now you have 2 friends.
And you will have.
Maybe Miss Essence can be your friend too.
I feel we could be more than business acquaintances at this point. I can see a friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we go? Essence, were you informed? I don't think you were informed yet. 1, you owe that nice lady a dance.
I'm gonna try.
You are not going to skip out on.
I
And two,
promise that.
we are expected to meet somebody this evening. Have you
Okay.
heard of her brother?
Oh, she told me about him. She said not to talk around him.
Yes, we are going to be on our best behavior. And for now, I know you do not care for it, but at least give her one dance.
I owe you a dance as well. I think I told you that, but
You owe me?
yes, I remember when we talked about that earlier. At least I think I did. I think I maybe even wrote Rochelle one, but hopefully she forgot about that.
Well, then I suppose we should get started, so we have enough time to enjoy ourselves for the evening. Go ahead. At least, Miss Essence.
Okay. Casimir's gonna walk back towards Essence.
Essence is just
Mm.
looking at her binder and closing it. I was like, she knows like somebody owed her money, but she was gonna deal with that another day, and she just put the binder up. And she's like, "You having a good time, Casimir?"
I'm complacent, but I owe you a dance. So
You wanna do that now?
yes.
She'll come around out of the bar area to wrap her arm with his arm, pull him close.
Okay.
And she's like, "Right this way," and she drag him along to the dance floor. Her dress is green and tight, but the sides are slit and there's gold chains going up, so you can hear the chains just clicking each other as they go to the dance floor.
I like the gold. It's close to orange. It's a pretty color.
You like orange? I'll keep that in mind.
Yes, we have really pretty orange flowers that we use at my house. Like, decorates. At least it reminds me of the festival that we have.
Is it tiger lilies?
Yes, almost like tiger lilies.
I love tiger lilies. They're my favorite flower.
This is a lot different than the festival, though.
Yeah, this is a little intense.
Yeah.
Not family friendly.
Yeah.
It's like, what kind of dances do you know?
I don't dance. I just watch Teresa and Daniel and Anthony dance. Me and Sergio and Nikolai usually just keep an eye on everything.
So you never had fun.
I have fun. I pass flowers out to the young children, the young kin. This is not fun. I don't know even where to begin with this.
It's like, what are your boundaries?
There's a lot of people touching me.
I am so sorry. She'll try to stay closer to the edge and not like put Casimir in the middle.
I'm going to trust you.
I was like, I'll lead you. I was like, I promise I won't twerk. I got that far.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
Good. You don't need to know.
Okay.
She'll just start like shivering on her shoulders, just let loose, feel the groove of the music. Now you're swaying, like move your shoulders, like to the beat. Yeah. Add some hips to it. Get it into it. Like, you hear it, the music. You want to match to it.
Okay. All right. This is a lot different
Then
than samba music.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Okay.
it's like, you say you like sombra music?
Oh, yes.
It's like,
Do you have any?
I was like, I can make a request. What kind of dances is for that?
Oh, you don't have a flowy dress for that. Yours is a little...
Tight. It's mostly made for salsa and tango.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, my computer just glitched for a moment, so if anyone said anything, I do apologize.
Jasper kind of just pats his hand on Rain's shoulder, like, Rain? Like them! Look at them!
You're pretty good at this dancing thing.
Yeah. I do own a club, so I have to like learn some of the dances and stuff.
Are you going... You're very knowledgeable. I'm glad I didn't feed off of you.
What? You was gonna feed off of me?
Well, maybe.
What, you gonna kill me?
No, I was just going to make you like me. By force.
Oh. You don't need to do all that. I'm an easy person, so please just don't screw me over. I was like, I can also make you like me too. But we didn't have to reach those measures.
You can make me like you?
I could.
Do you? Wait. It's gonna lean in. No. Mm-mm. I don't smell it on you.
Smell what?
Nothing.
Are you keeping secrets from me?
No.
Then tell me.
I was wondering if you partaked in the devil's fruit like I do.
No.
No.
I just have COBRAs.
Like the snakes.
Yes. Their venom is quite addicting to people.
I know about snakes.
Yep. And once she wants
Very charming and deceiving.
That's why I like my last name. The charming part. Deceiving sometimes.
Oh,
You don't think I'm charming?
I think you're very charming.
No one was I noticed for.
You've got me out here dancing. I'm trying to do this. This is a lot harder than it looks.
Like, if you could do somber dancing, I think you can do modernized New York dancing.
I can't do what she's doing over there. And he's gonna point to somebody who's twerking.
I mean, if you want to learn how to twerk, I can teach you.
No. I can't do that. I don't want to do that.
I was like, you don't want to, but your body can do it. Just saying. So, you and the guy that was in the basement, so... Are y'all, like, together?
Not yet, sadly.
So So what happened down there? Because he just came up like happy as a lark, and it was kind of weird.
He's a young kindred. They're easy to manipulate.
So you're also, are you trying to get groupies also?
No.
Oh, alright.
Groupie? What is a groupie?
Oh, it's like slang.
You're like a horde, and he's gonna point at her hip.
My hip? What? Like a what?
Like a horde.
I thought you just called me a whore for a moment.
A horde.
I was like, yeah,
Your tattoo.
yeah, my ghouls basically.
Yes. Something you protect, that you feed off of.
That is my Eric, Isaac, and now if you look over there, Nicole.
You see Nicole, she, Rochelle, Jasper, Rain, all dancing. She's letting loose. You haven't seen this in a long time. Just thoroughly enjoying herself.
It's like, Nicole, she stresses herself out a lot. And so after she's been taking the role as my manager for social media, I'm hoping that this night will go well, especially with Miss Rochelle.
Yes. Kind of like that, but unfortunately I have a different methods of eating, and I'm not with my family. I can't eat off of them. And I don't plan on eating off of any of you, because, well, I like you the way you are.
Aw, thanks.
And I can't keep eating off of Alan, and I don't like Caden. He reminds me of Anthony way too much.
And yeah, so now you just have that young fellow. So what you gonna do when you run out of options?
Hopefully by then we're finished with this case.
You don't want to stay in New York?
No. Why would I want to stay here?
I don't know. I'm gonna miss ya.
You're going to miss me.
Yeah.
Maybe you can come to Mexico.
I was like, I'll definitely do some vacation time down there when time allows.
I'm only here to, I don't know how much information you guys received, but I'm only here for hire.
I was like, I got the same letter as everybody else did.
But this was talked about for months for me.
Now that's kind of interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna be sad when this ends. I've grown to like everyone in the group.
Maybe we'll get to work with each other again soon.
Hopefully. Essence just kind of just went lost in her thoughts and just staying grooving to the music.
As you're lost in those thoughts of music, you feel your pocket vibrate. You pull out your message,
And it's like,
and it's from...
it's like
It's...
You said ringing.
The room is ready.
I was like, we can end our dancing now. Nigel's ready for us.
All right.
I'll go gather the others if you want to wait by the elevator with Alan. Like, Essence was shimmying her way over to the other group.
As soon as Essence walks up to us, Rochelle's gonna grab her by the hand and give her a little spin because she's just feeling herself. She's like, "Woo!"
Woo! And she's like, somebody's having a fun time tonight. I'm glad to see it.
Oh yeah, tonight's been a blast.
Hell. So Nigel has said that he's waiting for us. Everything's ready.
All right.
Who?
Oh, her brother.
Oh! Oh, you have a brother?
Yeah, he owns half the
I
club with
have
me.
a brother.
Yes.
We all gonna meet him too?
Yeah. We all get to go upstairs, where it's more quiet.
Awesome. Awesome. And he just looks so giddy to Michelle and Rain's like, we're gonna meet his, like we're gonna meet her brother.
Yeah, that's what we said. Feeling good there, buddy?
I'm only it's only a tequila shot, we're fine.
It's that top shelf tequila, though.
Hmm?
See, Alan's already made his way towards the elevator.
It's like Essence will lead the rest of them to the elevator. She'll pull out a card out of the back of her phone and she'll tap it to the elevator to have it open so they can all enter. And she's like, come on in, everyone. The elevator will be very solid gold-like.
Ooh.
We have Rain and Casimir, Rochelle and Alan come in, Nicole ventures her way in as well, and Jasper starts making his way in too.
She's like going up as the doors will shut. It would not be a totally of a long ride, but we're very at the tip top of the club. Like, once it's open, it almost looks like a very luxury penthouse / hotel room. There is snakes in cages up in the ceiling, bunch of plants everywhere, very nice green couches and stuff, and a skyline view with the outside balcony with some tables out there too. There's a couple other rooms that the door is shut into.
Jasper, he enthusiastically he goes in a couple of feet. He's just looking around. You're really on brand. This is cool.
Yes. I designed this room myself. It's one of my favorites.
Cool. He's just mesmerized by the snakes above. Some of them are slithering across the way. Others are curling up, coiling on their perches under their hides and just getting comfortable. Some for the evening, some are just starting to stir and make their way out and about to explore. Alan puts his hands in his pocket. He leans over to you and says, what were you going to do with him?
I was like, you see one of the locked rooms in there? He's going to be in there for quite a long time. He won't get eaten. Everyone's worried about that.
I am not worried about it. I just fear for breaking that masquerade.
It's like, nothing will happen to him, and he won't hear a thing.
I trust you.
I hope you do. Like, she will, like, clap her hands, and a couple of ladies will come out that also have snakes around them to guide Jasper into the room to get them a nice dance of the night with loud music so he wouldn't hear.
At first, Jasper is mildly confused until he sees the girls, and he gets excited. Just like, he is a typical guy, so it intrigues him, and he just allows himself to be led. occasionally looking back at Rain and Rochelle.
Have fun, bud.
Okay. Goes in and the door closes.
No, that's taken care of.
God, he is such a meathead sometimes.
Oh, yes. Could smell it a mile away.
How are you feeling about this, Rain?
A little embarrassed, but at least he's okay. She's gonna trust Essence.
The phrase of the night. Trust Essence.
Phrase of the night. Phrase. Trust
In
Essence.
Yes.
All plastered.
Trust Essence. She knows what to do.
You go ahead. Once he is, and you know that he is not going to follow you. Essence, do you continue leading them on in?
Like, please have a seat. You can sit in the bar stools by the bar or at the couch because they're relatively close, so they can still hear everything go on in the room. Please make yourself at home. Please do not irritate the snakes. I don't want them to accidentally bite you guys.
They bite?
They're snakes.
Did you not know
Lovely.
snakes bite?
Well, some snakes are nice and some are trained and... Okay, fine. Whatever.
They are trained. They're just like bees. Don't irritate them and they won't irritate you.
Ugh.
Just put one finger on the head, pet, and then they will trust you if you wanted to give a try.
No.
Rain's gonna be kind of intrigued.
Rochelle is gonna look at Nicole and be like, do you want to go sit on a couch with me?
Let's go ahead and sit.
Essence just happy. It's like, also Essence will go to Rain, like, if you would like a snack, I don't mind losing a couple. Just don't do it in front of them.
I'd rather talk to one.
Have fun. It's all over.
Is her hunger? Where's her hunger at with all those shots?
You're back down. Like, with the amount that you've had, you're back down to 1.
So I can do stuff. Technically, hold on.
What would you like to do?
It would be Feral Beach. Yeah, it would be Feral Speech.
Real sweet. Looks like that one was on the website, wasn't it?
Just out of character, it is 9 o'clock. Would we like to take a small break or anything?
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do a quick break.
We are back to recording.
Oh.
Okay.
Pika. Alrighty. So now you guys are getting comfortable You're getting settled. You're getting ready for Nigel to make his appearance.
We were
What do you
trying to
think?
do feral whispers.
Yes. Feral whispers. That requires
Or
manipulation plus animalism or charisma plus animalism.
am I still putting one hunger die?
Yes.
What was the rolls again?
Manipulation and animalism or charisma plus animalism.
Uh, 3 blanks, 1 onk, and red die is critical.
Okay, so not a failure there. What exactly are you doing right now? Are you trying to lull the snake to you? Are you trying to speak with it?
Trying to speak with it.
What do you say?
Come here, little guy.
Turns its head to you and eyes you. It looks at you. Do you bring us food?
No.
Why not?
Your master hasn't said it was feeding time.
Master. She is not a master.
Say that one more time, Taylor.
She is not master.
Who is?
We are the masters of ourselves. We happen to like her.
Why do you like her so much? If you don't mind me asking.
She gives us food. And safety.
Like carcasses? Rats?
No. Rats and mice. The bigger ones get bigger things. Oh, do you give us food?
I don't have any food on me right now, but I will consider it.
And then
That's if I'm invited back.
it lets out like it opens its mouth and it's like it seems to yawn. Like it's trying to yawn, or flickers its tongue, goes back in, and it lays its head back down. Well, until we get food. We'll be waiting.
Alright, little tyke.
You say tyke, and it's one of the big cobras.
No.
You see it. You follow the length of its body. This one is on the smaller end, but it's still a 10-footer.
Wait, there's another one?
Oh,
Or is it just going away?
there are snakes all over.
Okay. Can she try another one?
Now, are you okay with that, Essence? Go ahead and roll manipulation and animalism or charisma and animalism.
Three onks, one blank, and one critical on red die.
The next one you go up to, it's on the smaller end, so maybe it'll be a little more reasonable. And you begin trying to speak with them. What do you say?
Gotta think on it. I'm gonna go with the same thing. Come on over. Come talk to me.
It sits up, hoods out. You can see how really, really pretty this one is. This one is one of Ess's prized albinos. In its glorious white hood, red eyes. It looks down at you. "'Tis not feeding day. Who are you?"
Rain Hedges.
"Don't know
How about-
anyone by name. You're new."
Yes, I am.
You don't bring the food.
No. Who does?
Number of people. But if you're not the one bringing food, you're not here for it, are you? It's not today, is it?
Today for what?
Where they take us out of our little homes. Where they force us to fight things. You're not one of those, are you?
No.
What are you here for?
Here to relax.
I'm surprised. This is not a place normally for relaxing. Well, not that kind of relaxing.
Well, I'm in great company.
You notice the serpent then look towards Essence's direction. Do you want to make a wits plus awareness check, Essence? You're more than welcome to.
Sure. Just the 100. I got a beast. I only got the one die.
Did you get? Did you roll your wits and awareness?
Yeah, it's only one die. I have nothing in my awareness. Is it 2 dice?
Let me see. What is your character sheet?
My wits is 1, and there's nothing in awareness. And I have 1 hunger.
Can she use my awareness? Can I help out?
And what exactly did you roll?
I have the red die, and it is just the beast, the skull thingy.
You sharply look in Rain's direction. Notice that she's speaking to one of the serpents. And your beast begins to broil and rise to the surface.
Oh.
What is she talking about? She's not giving away our secrets, is she?
She's like, damn it. And she's like, I thought I shut you up a long time ago. I was like, I trust Rain. They're probably not talking about anything. There's nothing to really hide here.
And your serpent?
It's
You
like,
know they want food. They'll do anything for food.
I highly doubt Rain has any food at this time.
Wait. You promise of food.
It's like,
Do you think she can be true with it?
should be like Essence just tossing around in her head, and then she would just like start like walking over to check up on Rain. And she's like, hey Rain, you doing alright over here? It's like, I hope Phoebe is not bothering you.
Oh, is a very pretty snake.
It's like, I love her dearly. And she would just like take one finger and just like pet her at the top of the head, basically like signaling her to like shoo away.
When the serpent immediately recognizes you, acknowledges you, and slithers on out of sight, completely out of mind.
Now she's like, just clap her hands like, now, where is my brother?
Yes. I hope all is well. Alan inches over, putting his hands into his pocket. And as he's getting settled in, Nigel comes around the corner. Well, I assume you're my dear sister's friends.
Yes, this is everyone. Nigel, me, Cashmere, Rain, Rochelle, and you already know Nicole, and then this is Alan.
You were speaking to one of our beautiful serpents, weren't you?
Me? Yeah.
Got quite the gift.
Thank you. It's been kind of handy.
You look really... He's looking over you, Rochelle. Oh, very new. So new.
Uh-huh. Take a picture, it'll last longer.
She's a feisty one.
She is. She certainly is, sister. Where'd you pick her up?
Yeah.
She's part of the letter, also.
Oh. Where's the Carmilla? Don't they normally bring somebody in with a little bit more
Yeah, it's like
under their belt?
it was a plot twist to us all, but Rochelle has been very handy in this case. She has a lot of gifts. Very smart, bright young lady.
I'm impressed.
Quick learner.
Mm-hmm.
I think this will be fine. Like it shows that she has some chutzpah. It'll be helpful later.
Like, now don't embarrass her.
Why would I do that?
No, I wonder why.
You don't trust me?
Trust is a strong word.
Oh. I love you too. You're Casm. You're the... Oh. You got the look of a partier. I can tell that's one of my sister's designs. Are you a father?
I am
How'd you manage that?
an ordained priest.
How did you got a priest into our club?
I know, right? He's Daddy Cashmere.
Daddy Casm.
I was informed that's what you guys refer to priest here in America.
Mm-hmm.
Your sister has been very informative.
Yes, I have.
I'm sure she... I'm sure she has. Sister?
Amen, am I right?
Amen. Amen. And then he notices Alan. You and I will have to speak another time. I never imagined older than an F. He's older than it. You brought that I'm impressed with.
Is that what I can say? I'm very charming.
Trying to bring all kinds of characters here.
Yeah. They've been quite the friend group.
What, like... I mean, I did say I don't really care to know what the cart mill is talking about, but how did they get such a group?
I believe we all have our own individual stories with that. I just know I just got a letter, and we just got put together.
Just, they mashed you all together. I can only imagine how... one of His Holiness' children in the presence of you, my wonderful...
God sparkles brightly on this one.
Yeah, right.
One might be a little bit difficult, but
I'll show you difficult.
See, we're one big happy family.
Yes. Yes. So, tell me about yourselves. How did you all get here?
I walked.
Quite a long walk from the peninsula. How did you get to the peninsula aside from walking? What? You're so new. You even know who your sire is?
Nigel, let's not get too personal here.
No, I don't know who my sire is. Happy?
What was that?
No, I don't know who my sire is. Happy?
It's a shame. Like, at least we should at least have a chance to know all our sires.
Yeah, that's what people keep saying to me.
Well, at least Essence and your friends will be great teachers, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what people keep saying to me.
They've not been teaching you, sister? Are you at least showing her some of the ropes?
I was like, She did her first live the other time. No.
Oh,
Wait, I don't
I
remember
love
if
it.
Essence knew that. I don't remember if Essence was in that scene or not. Or that was probably a joke I did. But we're just
We'll go with it. We'll go
gonna
with it. It's canon now.
It's canon.
How did she do?
Pretty damn well.
Well, nothing else. We can always use another employee.
It's like she's not gonna work here unless she wants to.
How much you gonna pay me?
How much you want?
Oh,
We'll discuss that later.
It was a conversation I'd like to have with you, since you can't have a mundane type of job anymore. Kind of.
Later. We'll discuss later.
What about everyone else? Like, how did you guys get here?
well, I'm not from here, but I got the letter, and what was prescribed in it concerned me. Also, the Carmilla. So I
Yeah.
took the opportunity to travel over here.
Yeah, they can be a little pushy. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Like, what do you think of the Carmilla sister that you've met?
They're very lively.
Really,
Yeah.
the Carmilla.
Yeah. I was afraid to say other words because don't know who could be listening nowadays.
Yeah, so don't know what our friend over there thinks of them. He's like, Alan is just. He's remaining silent throughout this. He's just watching. We don't know what your friend over there thinks either. But what brings. You don't look like you're from here, Casimir.
I'm not.
Where do you come from? How did you get here?
To America or New York?
In general, I'm extremely nosy. I like to know what's going on.
How long have you been here? I bet you have well taught Miss Essence so much information. I mean, she's very smart and very clever. You must be. And this club, it's so impressive. You have real snakes here.
Yes. How long has it been? Since it's been 70 years now?
About that much. Well, I'm 75, so.
Yeah.
Wait, you're 75?
Yeah.
You look good for a 75-year-old.
That's all the blood.
It's all the rouge, the rose,
Yeah.
the contour.
All those makeup tutorial videos, it helps out a lot. Takes out the dead skin.
You'd be surprised what those videos pull. It's really great for us in the club.
Mm-hmm. I forgot that was the first time Essence revealed her age.
I don't think we've ever. I think Casimir and like Alan, Michelle. Not everybody's revealed their ages yet.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I know
I don't think
most
we
of
did.
everyone. I know most of all the kindreds. Now I know Essence. The only one I'm missing is, I think, Rochelle's or Rain's.
Yeah.
Because we asked for Rain's age, but Rain said like old enough.
Yeah. I wasn't specific on it. That's what I remember. But I guess out of character, I could say she's actually younger than Essence. Technically.
So I am the mom.
You like that cool mom aunt?
Yeah, cool mom.
I'm not like other moms. I'm a cool mom.
Rich wine aunt.
Yes. She'll spoil the fuck out of you. She thinks she knows what's best for you. But like Nigel should be in his hundreds and stuff.
Okay. Alright. That's what I was kind of wondering.
But. I'm just saying, I'm impressed.
Also, out of character for a cuddle, there was something I was supposed to ask Nigel. What was it?
Oh, you were supposed to ask him if we could move the white here.
Got you. Thank you. My question got deleted.
Oh, wait, no. It was ask if he knew a doctor so we could move the white here so she could fake the
White.
papers for death.
Fake the paper. Thank you. Thank you.
But I feel like, knowing you, sister, why did you come here? Yes, you're doing some work, but
It was like,
what you
I couldn't just come visit you. Come back to the club.
not without a reason.
Yeah, you're right.
Ah.
Anyways, I need a doctor that can fake a death certificate.
Okay, I was about to say. It's gonna be a little. It's gonna be asking a bit.
Name your
I'm not gonna
price.
ask for the price. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something more than money because that's gonna be a tall order, especially. You know how difficult it is
Yeah.
now to move about.
I was hoping
We'll
to get the
figure-
family discount.
That ain't gonna be a half a discount.
Alright. What do you want?
You know that's not fun.
Oh. I thought we wasn't doing IOUs again.
Doing IOUs. What can you offer me?
I was like, what
This
do
is a tall order.
What do you like? Like, there's somebody you want? What do you want? Is there somebody you need me to take care of?
Well, I mean, I don't know if we should be discussing that in front of that one. Points to Alan.
Alan's pretty chill.
I've been hearing things. I don't know. I don't know if I should. Well, we'll pretend that we agreed to the deal for now.
Okay.
And then once we have a little bit more privacy, then we'll discuss that.
All right.
But I may know someone. I may be able to get them to get your human kindred.
A white.
I don't think that's going to be a family discount. That's a lot.
It's like, what's the difference? Like,
Casimir's gonna come up behind her and be like, maybe I can help as well.
Because at this point, it's then you notice Alan's face just a what?
Who said it?
Oh, he didn't. Oh. Are we spilling? The kids say. Tea? We spilling the tea?
Nah.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, Alan, you owe me, I owe you anyways. So you don't get to tell anyone this.
No, I wasn't planning on it. But
Like, this is a safe space. This is our club. So everything that stays here.
But remember what we discussed earlier, right?
You remember what we discussed earlier?
I remember a lot of discussions.
You remember what we discussed earlier? We didn't discuss anything, but I thought I needed to say that, because all y'all saying it.
Shh.
There's a lot of discussions here, and I thought, like, we can all trust each other right now. That with this. But at this moment in time, we need to get this girl out of this hospital before she murders a lot of people on the street. Starting with the hospital.
And we're bringing that into my territory.
It's our territory for one. It would be my responsibility.
I promise I'll get rid of it.
You just can't have it in the hospital.
Can I have Rain look at Rochelle to see how she's doing with this chat?
Make an intelligence and insight.
Dice over here. Intelligent and awareness?
Insight.
Insight. Oh, gosh. Well, dang. One blank and one one onk red.
Okay. How are you feeling, Rochelle?
Michelle's just kind of sitting back and just being quiet about it, because she did kind of resign herself to letting Casimir do whatever needed to be done. So her own personal feelings she's kind of setting aside.
Because Rain hasn't witnessed or asked, or she doesn't know that conversation happened. So she's kind of like,
Yeah.
are you okay with this? Because you were very upset about this earlier. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just.
I promise I won't let anything bad happen, Alan, in your territory. But we need her. And you cannot... The less I know, the better right now, so... Just trust Essence. I mean, we're friends.
We're all friends here. Everyone. Nigel, Alan, please. Help.
Make a charisma plus persuasion. Go ahead, add 1 for the blood bond, for the former blood, and then go ahead and add 1 more for Essence's yo-yo.
Wait 1 minute. Wait, you're going way too fast. So let me get this
There's
first.
a lot going. Do I need to roll for anything?
I need to add 1 for Essence, and then 1 for the blood bond.
Yes.
And then what else was it that I needed to add to Charisma? Persuasion?
Yes. You can, Essence. You can go ahead and roll the charisma plus persuasion, and then you can add the 1 for your IOU.
See, mine's just Snickers. Hello.
4 successes, 1 blank.
Do I add a red?
Yes.
This is my biggest pool. Yeah. Alright, I have 2 crits, 4 onks, and 1 of the onks is on a red die.
We're good at this.
And 1 blank.
You can see that Alan is very he's still upset. He closes his eyes, tries to force himself to relax his shoulders. Because I owe her a favor. Because I have your word. As long as I keep your word, you know of my reputation. I know everything that happens in this territory, and if something goes awry, I cannot say, I don't know. Do I have your sworn word between the both of you that if something goes awry, you will be the ones to fix this?
Yes.
I swear on my lord's name.
I swear on my brother.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Wait.
You're in this now.
Fuck.
Just, with the sister and brotherly love here, just,
I have the perfect videos to post after this of all this happening. It's gonna be great.
Right. I'm trusting you. The both of you.
We have a plan.
And now that's out of the way. Why don't we talk about something a little more happy? Yes, I'll get that squared away. We'll talk about that favor later. So, well, actually, now we're gonna have to get down to where are we gonna keep it?
We can keep it in the basement.
We just gonna have a big old sign of like the on the door saying "Do not enter"?
Yeah. I can think more than that, Angel. Give me some credit here. Come on, I'm not that stupid.
No, you're not. I'm kind of with. I kind of stuck up, friend. we're really gonna have to put our heads together on that one.
It'll only
White.
be for like a. It'll only be like for a day or two.
There a cage down there?
There is in the basements is feeding rooms. So when
Okay.
Kendrick comes, they can rent out a room to do their feeding for privacy purposes. So like the room that Casimir was in doing that, it would be that type of room.
I guess we can. Well, we can get somebody in to renovate real quick. It shouldn't be too hard.
You can get one of my colleagues to do like a little ward spell thing on it.
That's true. You have those connections.
I have all the connections. Just not a doctor.
Just not. We'll add that to the list. Okay. Well, now let's get on to the fun stuff. What do you think of the club? It's a nice club, isn't it? It's a nice club, right? Right. You out, Mr. Laurent? Yes. Alan's just slowly nodding. It's a nice club.
One of the bartenders will hand Alan a drink.
He got.
I think I also, yes, it was very nice. Also, I think I owe you a dance, Alan.
Oh.
Gonna put arms. We're getting out of here.
You guys need to go to the balcony?
We can go there if you want. I know he's a little stressed, so.
Yeah, social gatherings are stress reducing.
The bond's not there, but I can tell.
We'll go to the balcony. Balcony sounds lovely.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll allow himself to be led by you.
Mm-hmm.
At least we're having fun.
We're having fun.
Having a great time.
What?
Nigel, can we speak in privately in the bedroom?
Yeah, we can.
You two, please you three help yourself to all the drinks. And open bar.
They'll go off. What are you doing right now, Rain and Rochelle?
I kind of wanted her to try one more snake, but I was interrupted. So maybe see what Rochelle and I forget her name.
Nicole.
Nicole are doing.
Nicole kind of will lean in. You okay, Rochelle? Do you have a nickname?
I do have a nickname, but only my mom uses it.
Fair enough. Are you okay?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
Mine, I believe me, I get it.
Do you?
Morals constantly being thrown and put to the test, and sometimes you have to look away, sometimes you can't. But if you don't talk about how you're feeling, it's going to explode.
Uh-huh. And you think I want to talk about that with you? Let's just have drinks, okay?
That's... Yeah, why not? Why not? We'll go have drinks. She is going to order something sweet and something fruity. The bartender gives you... He first asks, do you have any particular preference?
No, just... something.
So he quickly mixes up Nicole a drink, and then he hands you a nice little wine glass sized drink of vitae. Now, you wanted to try one more Seraphim's Rain?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and make it.
If Essence is gonna go, she's gonna try one more snake while she can.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get up out of my business.
Hey,
It's trust essence. That's the theme.
It's no longer trust the process, it's
it,
trust essence.
Yeah.
just she has survived so long that she needs to, do her instincts. So, what do I have to roll?
Either manipulation and animalism or charisma and animalism.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. Dropped one. Three blanks, one on, and red guy is blank as well.
It's a little bit harder to get one of the serpent's attention. You fiddle around with one, it doesn't really acknowledge you. Then two, doesn't really care to speak with you. Then the third, this one is not one of her usual collections. It's not like the grand cobra that you're seeing. This one's a little hognose. Probably about this long, sweet little thing. At first, it sees you, and it swipes at you, looking like it's wanting to take a little bite, but then it just boops right up against you. Who are you? Does it again. What do you want?
Just to talk.
It flattens his body a little bit, trying to mimic a cobra. What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I'm not here to tussle you.
It's letting out little huffs and puffs of air every so often, but it's keeping its ground. It's not striking anymore, it's not fleeing, but it's keeping its ground. What are we talking about?
Just taking the opportunity to talk to all of you.
But you don't have food. And
I don't have...
You're not messing with the cobras now. So you don't want that?
No.
Okay. Hi?
Say that one more time.
It's like, hi?
Yeah. Hello. How are you doing?
You're not a predator, so I think I'm okay.
Nope, not a predator. She kind of like kneels down, kind of showing off her hands.
Once you see it like expand, once it sees you doing this sort of motion, it freezes up and curls over and does the hog-nosing playing dead move. So you can, it's up, belly's up, tongue is out. It's trying to play dead.
That's very cute, you little stinker.
I'm not cute.
Yes, you are.
No, no. And it's trying to curl in a little more. It's trying to keep playing the I'm totally dead.
I'm totally dead. No, you can't trick me. But it's very cute.
I can try. Nobody really just wants to, like, aside from the miss, nobody really talks to us.
Oh, is he kind of looking at Essence?
We like her.
And nobody talks to you?
She does, when she has time. She's been so busy lately.
But not even her brother?
He's okay. It's not her. He gives us food, but it's not her.
Is it all gangrels here?
No. Not all. There's, well, let's see, there's some, but it's hard to say. The ones that get angry and do stuff. Bruja?
Yeah, you're saying it right.
Oh, there's some of those. There's the ones that say they see into the future. I think it's weird.
Malkavian.
And there's one. She'll come by, but I haven't seen her in forever. She doesn't stick around long. Her sounds like a bird.
A bird.
Yes. But I haven't really... She doesn't stay around much, so I gave up trying to see her again.
A bird. She's stuck on that bird.
At this point, it's slowly rolled itself back on to its belly, so it's facing the right side up. And it's just slithering, coiling, like it's trying to be comfortable and relaxed. Now that it feels that you're not going to eat it or hurt him.
Hey, she's been fed shots of whatever since she got here. She's good.
They don't
I know.
Was the clan you was trying to say, was it Ravenose? Is that the clan?
Ravnos.
Ravnos?
Right. Yeah, she's still gonna be stuck on it. She's gonna be like, huh? Who? There's so many clans. She's just not. It's not ringing a bell.
To be honest, you guys are all the same to me. You're still one of the two-leggers.
True. You're not wrong.
I don't know why you guys like fight so much, but as long as you're not hurting us, I guess it's fine with me.
Nah, I don't think I'd hurt you, little fella. Too cute for me.
Looking at its tongue a little bit. You ate something. I can smell that.
It's whatever the bar gave me.
They give all kinds of things.
Yeah.
He's just gonna look around. Is there anything I can help you with?
Just wanted somebody to talk to.
We can talk about toads. Toads are tasty. I like eating toads.
I'll pass. Wouldn't say toads are that great.
They are delicious, thank you. It's all I want to eat.
Too slimy. Not enough.
No, never. They are tasty. Now, I would eat them forever if I could. Because everything else is gross.
Not even a mouse?
No. No mouse. Toads.
Rain has learned something different.
Fun fact, hognoses prefer and are very picky eaters. They would only want to eat toads if they could.
Mm-hmm.
But as you're having your little chats with this little hognose, with Rochelle trying to calm herself with a nice tall glass drink of blood, you, Casimir, were taking Alan off to a balcony.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna lean over at the balcony for a minute. And just kind of rub his temples.
Frankly, I feel like I should be the one doing that.
Do you want... No. It's gone now. But... I've learned a lot of disturbing information this night. Already. Also from you.
For me?
Yes. And he's gonna turn and hold his hands out like we're getting ready to dance.
Alan will take them.
We're gonna get close. The bond isn't there, so I'm not gonna get weird about it. Finally.
Yeah.
Do you know this hunter's name?
There's rumors. There's rumors right now. Nothing that I can concretely say.
Do you happen to know what branch they are offhand?
Rumor has it from the Society. The Society of Saint Leopold.
Can you say that again?
Leopold?
Huh. Oh, all right. Alan, I'm worried.
I am too.
But you
Not
have
even
to trust. You have to trust Essence. And sadly me. And Rochelle and Rain as well. I know the more I seem to learn and talk to the others, it seems that I was the only one that was really informed about what was going on and what I was meant to do here.
We will have to inform them at some point.
Mm. Baby steps.
Baby steps.
Baby steps.
And that means you have to worry more about your. You have more to worry about than your shoes in those sewers.
Mm. Oh, God. Mm. I will inform them. It's a
Never
good thing
trust
they all... I'm actually a little relieved now that they have a little bit of protection. And I need to go see Sister Sophia. Maybe she can help out more.
There's only some. Believe me, Sophie is a treasure. There's only so much that she can do.
Any help will do. I'm not going to go in. I know. I don't want them to go in as blind as bats. Bats. Get it. But I would like them to at least be as well prepared as they can be.
I assume that means you know what this group is capable of.
I've heard rumors.
Which I can give you a little secret. Not even I, as old as I am for what I have, those hunters are far more dangerous than I. Never travel alone. Always watch over your shoulder. And though
I
do
don't
not,
want to. I'm gonna let them have tonight.
that is fair. I pray it's only a rumor. But I can only hope that it is but a rumor.
And don't worry about the white. I'm more worried about the hunter.
That is true. That is true. I forgot that. I'm so used to having everything in control. And now it's falling out of control. It's rather embarrassing.
It's a big territory. Maybe you should think about, having a closer coterie yourself. besides the Carmilla.
Truth be told, they are not my coterie. They are just bedcasts.
I know how
have
that
no-
works.
And
Well, you should get one. Liam,
it was a silly
what was that?
little
What was that? That bartender. Start with him.
lead.
In essence, when
That would
That's a
be
great
something I
game.
had to learn. Trust.
I'm not gonna force you to.
Oh no.
Mm-mm.
Don't think I'm shutting it out.
Mm-hmm.
Just have this little mentality in mind. All I wanted to run a successful business. That's easy enough. All I wanted, get the attention of Carmela to maybe try and make something more of the territory. I don't think that'll happen. And I had this perfect little world. Now it's falling to pieces.
I know exactly how you feel.
Do you?
Yes, of course. I have my own agenda. I'm not just doing this, well, besides, I'm being hired. I need to save my church and my family. Find our old coteries. Otherwise, my neck is on the chopping block at home. Well, not mine, but I fear Sergio's is, and he's been like a father to me since Maria left.
May I ask what clan Sergio hails from?
La Sombra.
See. I see. Now I understand. I suppose we all have a mutual goal to lean upon. Why don't I'll do everything in my power, and I will trust your power, yours, Essence, Pain, and Rochelle's.
I will try my best to help guide the others and give them the advice, but there's only so much you can do. I'll give them the information, and what decisions they make is based on them, but from there, hopefully no one dies. The Great Death. Hopefully.
We told for. Yes, please.
I'm not fancy. I feel like I need to, like, do that. With Alan, we've done this. Like, I am gonna have to roll for it. I'm not great at performing. I'm gonna drop him if I do that, but I'm gonna try anyways. I can see him now on the floor. Alan, I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I tried!
He'll take over.
Sweet, thank you. He can dip me. You good, Dipper? Dipper? Dipper?
He'll dip.
I didn't drop him.
Hells yeah. Promise me that you will pass on that information.
That is the one thing I won't keep from them.
And I'm still holding my end as well. My people are looking into her.
All right. Aw. You didn't have to do that.
I always keep to my word.
Mm-hmm.
Right or no?
And anytime you want to watch me come do a ritual, you're more than welcome to. Since Caden won't show you.
Is it that obvious?
Yeah. Maybe I can teach you a thing or two.
I prefer watching. There's just something about... There's just strange beauty in it.
Yeah, you want to see? Can I do it?
You can.
Oh, sweet.
Alan likes watching.
That's what my
Gonna
facial
cut
expression
open.
is. Like, I prefer watching. Like, oh.
Oh.
Drag my nail across my palm of my hand and kind of do this with my blood. Kind of make it almost paint and then make it go back in. Back in the hand.
That just sounds so painful.
You see his eyes soften, and he just seems entranced by it. His demeanor relaxes, changes, and he just seems to be staring, just watching. And he just seems enraptured by it. Mm-hmm. And the blood goes back inside, right?
Mm-hmm. Right in.
And you close your fist, and the
Lick
demonstration
my
ends.
hand and the cut is gone.
His eye, like that, snaps him out of that gaze. I guess it is that obvious.
Mm-hmm. Anytime.
I might take you up on that. And thank you for the dance.
You're welcome. Although I'm pretty sure you were leading the whole time. Thank you for not letting me step on your feet.
Give yourself some credits. Shall we go back?
Mm-hmm.
And this time he'll lead you back inside.
Right, sweet.
Back to you, Essence.
Yes.
You pulled Nigel off to the side into a private area where the rest of your coterie won't be able to hear.
Like, in the little bedroom-like area, she'll pick up the remote and play music on the surround sound just to least, like, distort their voices if anyone tries to listen. But it won't be too loud. And she's just like, why do you always do this?
Oh.
Yeah. You always do this. Like, I'm just trying to have a simple conversation now. We could have talked in privately first, but you have to call me out in front of all of them.
I'm your big brother, I have to.
You don't have to. You really don't. Now I'm like in some deep shit with Alan, who we're also on his territory too. I'd rather us not get kicked off from it either.
He might actually have that power.
Yeah, he has that power.
You heard the rumors, right?
What rumors?
You really not heard the fucking rumors about that guy?
No.
And you're living in this hotel.
Yeah, because the Carmilla. I heard about the Carmilla.
Worried about the Carmilla, right? They say he's a prince.
A what?
They say he's a prince.
A prince. A prince. A prince.
Why do you think I'm gonna... Otherwise, I wouldn't care if they were hearing about us. I'd make a deal right... I would have made a deal right then and there, but if he's the fucking prince... We got bigger problems to worry about.
Huh, it makes more sense now. But now that Alan's cool and all, plus he owes me a favor, so everything we talked out there, he can't tell anyway. Because I have stuff on him.
Now I'm scared of you.
It's a long story that I cannot tell, or I'll break the deal.
That's fair. He's
Plus
like,
now I know he's a prince.
I don't know if it's that's actually true. It's a rumor. It makes sense.
It makes
I mean,
a
the
lot
princes
of
never introduce themselves. Who does that?
Who does that?
I mean, if it is Alan, it makes sense.
It really
That
does.
hotel.
It makes a lot of sense why the Carmilla's there too. Because I think it'd be very random if the Carmilla just trusts a random ass hotel to be there. Of course, we're kindred and all that jazz, but still.
The hotel's supposed to be in Elysium. So that's why I didn't raise any concerns. But then actually, how do you not get? He has. That's why I'm like trying to figure out everyone's deal. Because if it's true, he can easily just wipe the floor with us.
Essence just not stressed. She's like, what the hell did I get myself into? But anyway.
That's gonna be the new emoji for everybody. Stress.
Yeah. It's just like, Essence is like, I'm just trying to run a damn club here.
I thought this. Then actually, his presence. Do you actually take the time to like sit down and look at him?
Well, I get time to look at him all the time.
Besides that,
Listen. I was like, he's a nice guy. If he wanted to kill us, he could have. Cause they have like,
that's true.
because I was like, the shit that I know, he could have just killed me off. But he made a deal with me. So that's why I'm trusting Alan.
That is true. That also puts a target on him.
Put a target on what?
That puts a target on him too.
Yeah.
But that's not my problem. My problem is we're gonna be. You're mad at me,
Yes.
but I'm not mad at you for bringing a white into my
I haven't done it yet.
house. How far gone is she?
Gone. I don't know how a scale. If it's a scale of 1 to 10, and she's like a 13. So she's part of the investigation right now. Because
Yes.
you're gonna, if you're gonna trust me, you gotta know what's going on here. So I just
Context.
because her name is Angie Wolf. She's one of the latest victims of the Ripper here. The guy that attacked me. Hello. Thanks for
You're
checking
investigating both.
Yes.
Okay, now.
We found her. It's like we found her in the hospital. She's far gone, and she almost like broke out, went nuts, and it was a time in her room, and I got sent to the police office, just to tell my side of the story, just to give them time to talk to Angie or do whatever. And like the police like knows like everything. Well, this one particular police guy knows about kindreds and stuff. He has a Nosferatu. Did you know we have those here? Anyways, so his Nosferatu Lamar like goes in the sewers a lot, and we think that Angie's sire is in the sewers, and we think if we kept at least Angie here for a couple of days, we can like release her in the sewers so she can go to her sire with Lamar's help and Kashmir.
You trust? There's so many things that are going on that I'm like, a kin knows about us. That I guess that's not always, that's whatever. But of the police department?
Yeah, that's like the small IOU I got.
Like you owe him or he owes you that I owe?
The Allen. That's how Allen's IOU got involved. And I'm trusting you all this because if I go down, you're going down with me.
Oh, of course. Of course. But I want all the details that I can possibly get, so if we go down in a blaze of glory, at least I'll know why.
But with me doing this, we shouldn't go down in a blaze of glory. As long as this plan goes swimmingly, you just give us that death certificate, that'd be great.
I'll try and talk to them. Now, I'll have a... I don't even know if I want to say it yet with him in the vicinity.
They're on the balcony. What are they gonna do? I don't know.
I don't know how powerful he is. I know he's old.
The music's playing. It's fine. Just say what you need to say.
Still, it's not going to be cheap.
I understand it's gonna be cheap. What did you want?
I need to think about it. I really do. There's so many little things that I can say, and just now, you know how serious this is.
Yes, I do.
Carmilla in a potential prince's hotel that will gladly enforce the rules if they found out the masquerade is broken. We have a essentially a hospital. It's a prison break for a white. We're going to be keeping that white in our club where our guests feed. It's no, you know I'll do it. You're my sister. I'm going to do it for you. I don't know any of the rest of your friends. I don't know him a favor. I'm doing this for you.
Yeah, and I appreciate it very much.
I would hope. Please tread carefully. with this. You get mixed up with all of these crazy shenanigans.
I just got a letter, and here I
You just
am. That's it. That's all that happens. Is like I got a letter, and I was trying to do my daily tasks, but you can't say no to the Carmilla. And now
I'm sure
say no to a prince now either.
I'm grateful that I don't have your amazing and dumb luck.
Yeah, super lucky here. I'm just hoping this can just all end soon, and I can just focus back on me again.
Yes. It'll be nice to have you back once this is over. This is hard.
Caring about people's hard.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I cared for strangers and stuff. It's been hard.
Of which I still... Do you see in that kin?
Like, which kin?
The one the little adorable thing you go visit the coffee shop for. I figured you would be eaten by now. Or made him one of your ghouls.
Nah, he's not ghoul worthy like that. He just reminds me of somebody that I used to know.
You know he's gone.
I know he is. But he just looks so much like him.
Be careful not to get too attached.
I think it's too late for that. It's been a few years now.
Or at the very least, I don't want to say I told you so, but don't. Just, if you're gonna keep him, keep him. If you're just using this as a way to pass the time, just don't get too brokenhearted.
It's not like we're doing anything. We just get coffee. And just that.
Okay.
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 Let's go have fun.
I have another favor.
Another favor on top.
I know it's a lot. Do you know any kindred private investigators? Rochelle out there, her mom's missing.
The baby.
Yeah. She also works at the hospital and no one has seen her. And I don't want her to think that we just brushing her mom away for the stuff that we need.
What do you think of the baby? What do you think of the baby?
I love her. I see a lot of myself in her during my fledgling days.
That's why I was fascinated. How did you contain? How did I contain you? You were like...
You're the one that turned me. You're the one that
I
made
know.
that decision.
I know I did, but you were still a wild child.
Oh, because I'm your sister. With her, she's a college student. And it's only been 3 weeks for her.
That's fresh.
Very. It's just that I think the Carmilla just knew that she needed us and we need her.
You know they're not that nice.
Hey, everything has a plan, but I think this one is a good one. For right now.
I'll
I
see.
don't know what the end game is with them or anything like that, but I'm just looking the bright side of this group, and that's one of them.
Yeah. So, for that, I'll look for somebody.
Or any
Just
information about her. I can text you everything of what we know.
go ahead and do that. That way I can forward it off.
Okay. She's been missing for 2 to 3 days now, I believe. It's very weird, and I just
You don't.
hope a Kendra's not involved.
That's what I wanted to ask. Who knows? Like, I'm assuming our baby girl didn't go off blabbing that she's this vampire.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, so far, I don't think anyone knows in her friend group. We don't know much about her friend group except that Jasper fella, but he doesn't know shit. He's having the time of his life right now.
I've been watching.
Yeah. So he's just, I don't think anyone knows, but like, I feel like it has something to do with her sire, but we don't know anything about the sire either.
That's true.
Like, sire could be a bad guy, probably took her mother for ransom or something to get her back or anything like that.
But when I wonder, if it was for ransom, you would have heard something by now. But
Or leading us to a trap. I don't know which one.
very likely. I'll see what I can do. I do know some people. Just send me over the information and then I can give it to them.
I will do that. I guess I owe you another IOU or whatever.
Yes. This is a big. I know we don't do much with those, and this is a big one.
This is a big one.
A big one. I want to go party. What's left of the party? Why don't we go grab your little coterie and go dance the night away? And we sober up once again to the reality of your amazing life. We'll handle things tomorrow.
Gotcha. Got a lot to process. But yeah, she turns off the music and heads out with Nigel.
And as you're finishing up your conversation, this is when Alan and Casimir also come back about the same time. And the entire time, Nicole's been trying her best to console Rochelle. There's only so much that she can do. Nicole turns to you, Essence. And she gets up from her chair, walks over to you, keeping her voice low. I don't know what to say to her. She's upset. And I feel bad. I don't know how to help.
I'll talk to her and take a break for right now.
I actually missed the paperwork now.
I bet you do.
Tell me when you need me.
I will.
And she'll go ahead and she'll leave the upstairs and head out.
Essence would go over to Rochelle. Where is Rochelle at?
Rochelle's just sitting on one of the couches, just like doing shot after shot of blood.
Essence was sitting next to her. It's like, slow down there, Tiger. I know that we're supposed to be party hard tonight, but I don't give you some blood poisoning. That's a joke. I don't think that's a thing.
Hilarious. Nope.
Make you feel better.
I'm gonna go by Essence and Rochelle too.
I'm gonna.
Your parents are here to help you. No, no, it's out of here.
So does that mean that Casimir's like in the vicinity, like
Mm-hmm.
right next to us, listening?
Mm-hmm.
So Rochelle's gonna look at Casimir, look at Essence, and be like, "Nope, got nothing to say. I'm good." And then she's gonna get up and be like, "I'm gonna go grab Jasper." She's gonna walk away.
She's just with her. She's mad at us.
She's gonna get a lot madder when she finds out what I found out.
You're gonna get a lot
Oh.
madder at me when y'all find out what I just found out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry.
We're whispering next to each other.
No, it's just like you're gonna be mad at me when I found out. Kelly's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Is everything okay?
Rochelle, wait!
Yeah, Rochelle. She's like walking over. Her heels just clicking.
Wait. There is something I wanted to show you.
Buzz.
Oh, okay, so they both stopped Rochelle.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's what was happening, because I was confused. What do you want to show me?
I know we talked before and you said that I was like your professor? Teacher?
Yes.
Yeah, until you told me that you couldn't be, so. Your points?
And he's gonna show her the butterfly. I can show you some things. Remember, when we're in public, and right now is a perfect time. We're away from other humans, and we have Essence here to help me distract, or
What?
help distract me. So I can't just focus solely on you.
Okay, what do you want to show me?
I want to show you how to do this, and I'm going to use Cloak of Shadow.
You can show me how to do that.
Hey, can I learn to do that too?
And then I'm going to unuse Cloak of Shadow.
Rochelle's intrigued now, and she's gonna walk back over to them. So, how you gonna show me? What do I gotta do?
Well, you're... I don't want to say what you are, because it's rude for someone to just do that. So, I mean, if you're willing to show what your clan is in front of Essence, we can...
You mean
work from
Bruja?
there.
That's your clan?
Yes. Yes.
Apparently.
I was surprised. I thought she was Gangrel. I thought everyone here was Gangrel.
No, it just makes sense that with Bruja. I just can't believe I was gonna be right.
I guess Gangrel.
No. Too angry.
I'm
Is that-
not angry.
Ooh. That's what Bruja was saying.
All
Keys
right.
you.
They're rogues and rebels.
Is that what they are? I've heard that. I've heard that rumor.
They come by here around a lot, so I got to know them a lot more than other clans. They're very they like to fight for causes in my eyes and stuff, which I respect them a lot for.
Yes. I can teach you that. I can't teach you this. And then he's gonna cut his hand open, and then he's gonna show them this blood trick.
That looks painful.
That looks gross.
Does it feel like a snake crawling in you when you do? Like, I just want to know the sensation.
Have you ever
It's
seen
quite-
the movie Alien?
No,
It's like that.
That makes sense.
I can do a lot with my blood. Do you want to see another trick?
No, not with the blood.
If I use my blood, I can also do this. I want to use hidden presence. But I know I gotta make an arouse check. I don't get hungry. He's gonna go invisible again, and he's gonna walk behind Rochelle and say, I can teach you how to do this too. And then he's gonna turn, he's gonna walk away.
Ah! Don't do that!
Yeah, don't do that.
And then he's
That's
gonna lean into Essence and be like, and then he's gonna walk away.
The only thing I can do is I can call upon animals. Can I do that?
Okay, so you're gonna show me how to do the thing.
On Cloak of Shadows. Yes. I can teach you what I know. Anything that you would, well, like to know. Now that Essence is here and we're in good company, unless there's anything you want to learn from Essence.
I can teach you lifestyle of a vampire, and again, I
I
can
do want to learn one thing from Essence.
That is.
Makeup tips.
Oh, I can totally teach that. That's easy.
I know
Okay.
it's been a very hard, stressful week for you, and our kind aren't very open.
You think?
But we have our reasons, and I know it can be difficult working with us, but we need to trust each other. Everyone in this coterie. That's why I gave you all your
Tattoos?
gift. Yes, it will protect you. It can also hurt you, but I'm not going to do that. It's for protection.
You're not just gonna speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
I think he is gonna speed past that what he just did, what he just said.
Yes.
If you want
please.
to know what the whole thing is, I can tell you. I don't have a problem openly telling you.
Well,
I told you before, it's what I use on my food. Unfortunately, I can only use it on other kindred. It's a spell, a blood ritual that I can teach you if you ever want to learn anything about blood rituals. It's like branding your food, but it'll protect you.
but you can use it
If
to
any-
hurt us.
I mean, I can. I've only done it on Anthony once. Fucking Antonio. But I won't. I don't feel a need to. Essence is a very nice friend. And I didn't even have to blood bond with you.
Yay.
Huh.
I didn't plan on using it in harm's way. I'm not a malicious individual. god. But
Okay. Well, teach
It will
me
hurt
how
you.
to be shadow lady thing.
all right. You want to learn how to use Offscape?
Sure, whatever you just said.
Yeah, same.
Well, now that we know you're a Brujah, do you know any ability? I don't know much about the Brujah. Do you know anything that the Brujah can do?
Does Esther know anything that the Brujah can do since they come to the Cobra?
You've seen a couple of the things that they can do. They can be super fast, they can be super strong, and they can easily, you've seen it firsthand how they can rile together a group, a crowd, for their protests, for their riots, for their audience. So they can be very persuasive, strong, and fast.
I know they're one of the strongest clans. Super fast. I've seen them before as they protest around the streets, so they can convince anyone about anything.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that about the Brujah.
I guess that makes sense why I was able to leap out of the hospital's window without getting hurt.
You leaped
They
out
got
of the window.
window.
What?
Oh, yeah, I didn't tell you that.
What did you do at the hospital?
To make you leap out of the window.
Unimportant. We don't need to talk about that.
No,
We're
we're not just going to blaze past that. I was honest. What did you do?
Yeah,
Alan, turn around.
Alan.
Plug your ears.
Yeah, Alan, plug your ears.
Alan.
He turns around with his eyes.
So I might have. Okay, so there was this nurse that walked in while me and Rain were talking about how to get Angie out of there, and the nurse walked in, and I panicked, and I grabbed her. She screamed, and she got freaked out, and then we had to book it out of there. We didn't hurt her. We didn't hurt her. She doesn't know that we're vampires. She just got freaked out. So please don't say you're disappointed in me again.
I'm not.
I'm not going to say that.
I'm proud of you. That's not exciting.
Yeah, it was very much anxiety-inducing. So let's not do that again.
You can say all that you want, Brujah.
Please don't call me that. I have a name.
I know. But now the Brujah's your personality, and it just makes so much sense more and more, like astrology.
And not no. Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm a Scorpio. Why?
Oh, that makes sense too.
Young Meow. Oh.
Please stop looking at me like that, Casimir. Please.
Casimir, teach her this cloak before you blow a
Okay.
gasket. Alan, you can unplug your ears now.
Don't tell this to anyone. Not even. Okay. If you do have the ability of offscapes, it is the art of concealing, and it's a gift that we have been given through our father's father, Cain. He had given us many gifts, but offscapes is the ability to conceive yourself. So, just close your eyes
You're not
and
gonna.
imagine you're not. No, just close your eyes and imagine you're not.
Don't worry, I'll be right here.
Try to shut put a wall in front of you, like putting a veil in front of you.
Okay. Oh.
Mm.
Try to block me out, Rochelle.
Okay. Rochelle's gonna close her eyes and try to put up the wall thing. Try to imagine like a wall in front of her.
Go ahead. A wit plus stealth.
Wit plus stealth. Ooh. Goddamn, okay. I forgot that my wits were really fucking high. And oh, okay. I got 2 crits, 8, a 9, and then a 2 and a 3.
Nice.
And another 8.
Oh, the crits were plenty. As you close your eyes and you're trying to envision the world just shutting itself out, and there's a moment of silence where you get to take everything in as you realize through all of this, you haven't been alone. You haven't been by yourself. It's like you're being seen, but no one is seeing you. No one is listening to you. And that grows on you. It grows and grows until it snaps. And you fade from view. The moment you want to hide from the world, hide from yourself for a moment. And those who can see, notice that she's disappeared from your view.
Look at that. She does have a big. Now, Rochelle, I know you can hear us, but this only works if you remain completely still and quiet. More practice and you can learn more. If offscapes is something you wish to learn more, I can teach you the art of concealing oneself. But I will warn you.
Stand there quietly.
I will warn you that some can see you. Still, other kindred have the ability to wipe the veil from their eyes. So, just keep that in mind. I'm gonna look back at Alan and be like, Alan, I can see her. Can you?
He nods.
Yep.
This
She's doing good.
Everything goes on in my hotel. I have been blessed with the ability to see and sense things that aren't quite visible, that are supernaturally found.
I never
So
thank you for that gift as well. Thank you, by the way, for that.
You've inherited it?
Well, yes. It's what my kind do.
Fascinating.
Do bear in mind that what you've just received, Rochelle, is a very powerful gift. But like with any gift, with any strength, there is also a weakness.
Rochelle's gonna, like, start moving, and she's gonna be like, what's the weakness?
That not all can be hidden.
I
There
said
are
some
times-
kindred can see you.
So, you can see me. Cass can see me.
I can only see you because I adopted something from Alan. But, yes. I think I've met one before. It's been a long time. The Clan of the Moon, I think, has that ability.
The Malkavians.
Yes, them.
The gift of foresight, the oracles. They can be a wonderful asset or hindrance, depending on how you wish to see them. But they do also have the gift to see what we cannot. And there are things that they can see that Casimir and I cannot.
But you can learn any ability or from other kindred if you spend enough time with them. So bear that
Really?
in mind. Yes. Or there is another way you can learn, but I don't think we need to talk about that.
How?
Alan's just chuckling.
You mean by feeding on them?
Yeah.
Not just feeding. My clan does it specifically. You would have to do something a lot different than just feeding.
Are we talking about the birds and the bees? Because I already had that talk, like, years ago.
Are you about to
No.
sacrifice somebody?
Mora, one of which, what is our kind's ultimate sin that we view as the ultimate sin?
We are not allowed to talk about this. It's taboo. Especially now that I'm here.
That is why I will explain.
Okay, alright. You go ahead.
There are many things that you unfortunately did not get the privilege of learning. There's a lot of political laws that are associated amongst our kind that need to be explained for your safety. Some things go beyond what we see as common sense and reason. The act, one of those acts that we view as punishable by the final death, is completely taking in one of your kind. Blood, their very soul. I believe that you would call it deoperizing.
Yes.
Imagine if you chose to end a kin's life. You take them in all the way until the last heartbeat. You're feeding. But when you do it to one of us, it has more severe and dire consequences. If you were immortal and you killed one of your own, you would be punished for that. Depending on where you are and how some people see, punishable by death. That is how we view deoperizing.
They call for blood hunts. My day they were called wild hunts, but
I would say it still stands as a recent term.
Huh.
Well, I meant back in my old sect days, they were called wild hunts.
So while you
Oh.
can learn those abilities faster, it is very frowned upon. And because of his plan, he has his clan's gifts allow him to gain those abilities without restriction. It can be dangerous and tempting if he does not have the self-control.
Okay, so don't diablerize people. Got it.
And don't speak of it. And don't tell anybody what it is that I eat. That will
basically,
be
it's
one
like-
way for me to get my head chopped off.
Okay. So basically like Fight Club, just we don't talk about it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Cool.
But there is that way as well. But you can learn an ability from any kindred as long as you stick around them long enough.
So this Baldric guy, you said he was a gangrel. So if he's teaching me,
think gangrels are
I could learn
Yes.
his abilities.
Yes. I'm not a fighter. I mean, I am in my own way, but gangrels are really tough, aren't you, Essence? You arm wrestled me the other night.
Yeah, I'm pretty strong.
You guys arm wrestled?
Yeah, I won.
Yes.
We can do it again.
Hands down, if you want. She can
mean-
arm wrestle you, but I can't arm wrestle. I am.
mean, you are Bruja. You have strength too, so this would be an even match.
I don't know about that, but I could try.
That's all you think.
Both of you go ahead and do your strength plus brawl.
Strength plus brawl.
Yes.
Oh no.
I add a hunger die too, right? One of the dice has to be red, right?
Yes.
Oh no. 2 4s.
I have a red crit and then 2 onks.
So, as Michelle goes, she's ready. She wants to see exactly what she can do, but as your hands meet and you give the mark to go, Essence immediately pins your arm.
Would you like to arm wrestle me? It might make you feel a little, I'm not that strong.
Essence, like, is your hand okay?
He's strong, gangrel. That's incredible. Where I'm from, the gangrel look a lot different. So, we've discussed that.
I mean, my hand kind of hurts, but other than that, I'm good.
Like,
I think I'm more of the speedy kind of Bruja than the strong kind of Bruja.
you can learn strength. I can teach you that.
Goody.
I hope you feel
Got
a
her
little
ass
bit.
whooped.
It's all right. She beat me. I thought she almost broke my arm. He's very strong.
Yeah, no shit.
I do apologize to both of you. Alan, you want to go next?
I couldn't impose upon.
No, I insist. Come on. She's visibly rolling up sleeves that she doesn't have. Is that you?
He'll go over.
You will beat me, but it's fine. Because I have no brawl. have all
Would-
onks.
How many successes?
Right. I have 3 dice, and the red one's onk, and I have 2 black onks.
You two put your hands together. And once the market's going, you two immediately come to a stalemate.
Ooh.
No, neither one able to really give. And as you think that Alan's making headway on you, he stops and immediately lets you pin his arm.
She's like, wait, so she pinned him down?
She pinned him.
I was like, Will she have any suspicious on that?
You can roll a with intelligence plus insight.
I got on the red die I have an onk, and then I have 1 crit, 1 onk, and a blink.
You see that he let go on purpose.
She'll keep it to herself this time. But she's like, oh, look at me, champion of arm
You are
wrestling.
Yes, and there's so many things and so many different talents that we can teach you. Like, is there anything to throw that won't break?
There's an orange and a fruit bucket.
Oh, perfect. Alan, here! He's gonna take the fruit bucket and give it to Alan and step off to the side. And I want to use celerity.
What discipline do you have in celerity?
I have quickness something. I forgot what it is. I can dodge things.
Let me take a quick peek. Let's do art. Okay. I think it might have been quick reflexes.
It's rapid reflexes.
Quick reflexes, okay.
And that's not an arousal check.
No, that's free.
Free.
So Alan takes an orange, squeezes it slightly, and looks at you. And if you were human, if you were kin, this would completely escape your view. It would not be able to see. If you at the tail end, you can barely see as he throws it. That's right for Casimir. He completely misses him. Alan takes another orange and repeats it for a second and a third time.
Okay. Huh.
A gift
I'm
that
pretty
he allows him to see, perceive, and react to threats that are coming to him, as well as threats that can easily endanger.
I'm pretty quick. Done. So, but I hope this made you feel a little bit more at ease. Rochelle.
This was your attempt to make me feel more at ease?
we just wanted to show you that we are
We are showing, yeah. We're here to help you. I mean,
here for you.
well, that and
Can
we all have our reasons why we're here.
Yes, Mayor, why are you doing this? We are here for you because we appreciate you being part of the group and we care for you and we know this is a very scary time in life. I was just like you a long time ago. And I just want you to know that you are not alone in this at all.
Rochelle's gonna look at Alan for a second. And then she's just gonna be like, thanks. She's gonna be like, I'm gonna go get Jasper. She doesn't really know what to say to them because this is, yeah. She's emotional
Yeah.
because I'm emotional.
Yeah. Mood.
Miss Brooklyn, I ask one thing of you. As Miss Essence implied, this is a very scary and dangerous time. There's a lot more dangerous things out there than just us. For the time being, all I ask is do not be by yourself.
Why?
Yeah, why?
What's
Do you
going
want to do
on?
then? All right.
Have you heard the tales of hunters? Of humans with extraordinary abilities that go out and fight the monsters in the darkness?
Are you telling us that there's hunters out there?
There are rumors that one has breached my territory.
Do you want to tell them what sect it is and what it can do?
What? Wait, hunter? Like a vampire hunter, like Van Helsing type of vampire hunter?
Let's rewind this. You know the sector? Or the sector? With the sect?
There's rumors. I can only hope that they stay rumors.
I was like, a rumor like that can't just be out of nowhere.
No, it cannot. But with everything going on, I can only hope.
We can hope a lot of things, but yeah, are we sure
I'm
it's
not
just
sure.
one?
As far as I know, there's one. One from... I'm not sure if you will be familiar with them, Rochelle. Maybe you, Essence, from the Society of Saint Leopold.
Do I need to roll for Essence to know if she knows what it is?
Go ahead and roll knowledge and occult. Your intelligence and occult.
Like you said, I like knowledge. I was like, where?
Can I give her my occult?
Yeah, can I have the occult, please? Thanks. I have a big intelligence, but I don't have anything in occult. Well, I have beast on red, and 2 blacks, onks.
Your beast knows of it.
Okay, thanks, beast.
It makes your blood boil and recoil in fear at the same time. You're familiar with them.
because like I have some knowledge of these hunters, and the beast does not like them, not one bit.
They are those who adhere to the old ways of hunting, and those that are not afraid to use the fire upon us.
Okay. So, let me get this straight. We are immortal beings who feed on blood and are strong and fast and have all these abilities, and yet somehow we still have hunters that can kill us.
Yes.
I can give you the history if you want sometime.
No! This is great! Not only do I have to worry about a killer out there who might have my mom, I don't know, but I also have to worry about feeding on my best friend, and I have to worry about this guy feeding on me, and I have to worry about a hunter!
You don't
This
have
is
to worry.
great!
Okay. I'm gonna lean over to Essence and be like, she is a brewer. I see it now.
Yes.
This is great! I love this! I'm having so much fun now!
You can see Alan just immediately somber. It does not make me feel any better.
A lot of us are worried here as well. We have a lot to lose. And you.
Ah!
Yeah.
Why is this happening? I didn't ask for any of this!
I don't lie, none of us did.
Rochelle's just gonna sit down on the couch and put her head in her hands again.
Actually, I did. Sadly.
Oh. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to speak for people. Yeah.
Yeah, Rochelle's not happy. She's overwhelmed and anxious, and she was hoping that tonight would be a night where she would forget about everything. But no.
Essence just blames Nigel.
Blame Nigel.
It does not bring me any joy sharing that information.
No.
I wanted you all to have fun as well.
We want you to be safe.
Yes. I did not find out about this hunter until recently. And as much as I wish that I could pinpoint exactly where he is and just end him myself, I would. Believe me, I would. There are things that I cannot do. The one thing that I can do is ensure all of your safety. It is why I ask. Please do not go anywhere alone.
Thank you for the knowledge.
Thank you.
Any little bit helps. I'm going to make a meeting with Sister Sophia before we proceed with our plan.
Is there anything that we can do for you, Rochelle?
Oh. Turn back time to 3 weeks ago when I was still human and had no knowledge of any of this shit?
How about you... Would you like to dance? I'm
Is
not
now
good
really
at
the
it. Please,
is now really the time
please.
to be dancing?
Yes, it is perfect time to be dancing. Let us worry about this a later time. We're here at this club, and I've never been to a club except for now. This is my first time in New York. I wanted you guys to enjoy tonight, so I will step a little bit out of my comfort zone.
You don't like me
If you show
touching
me
you.
You don't have to touch me to show me how to dance.
Okay. She gets up from the sofa. Might as well just enjoy the crazy train.
That's the spirit.
Oh,
Essence is gonna go check up on Jasper.
Jasper is completely oblivious, unaware, and having the time of his life.
Well, at least someone is.
Yeah.
Rochelle is going to step in front of Casimir, and she's gonna start dancing the way she was on the dance floor, just like moving her hips and swaying and waving her arms. Come on, do the jellyfish.
That's just what this is called?
Yeah, jellyfish. It's my dance move. Alan, do the jellyfish with us.
Oh man, I'm not really good at this. Do you like this outfit? I didn't pick it out, but Alan says it looks really well on me. You think
I
this
think
is my
it looks
style?
good. It looks really good. Although I did miss the orange suit.
Orange is my favorite color.
It looks good on
When
you.
I was back at home, when I was back home with Sister Teresa, she used to braid my hair and put orange flowers in them. I don't get that anymore.
Do you want me to braid your hair?
Do you have any orange flowers?
I can get some.
I think we can acquire some marigolds.
Yeah.
Ooh, marigolds.
It'll be just like a fiesta, like at home.
Everyone just doing the jellyfish. I would like to braid your hair if you'll let me.
You
It's
can
very long
braid my
and pretty.
You think it's pretty?
Yes.
Someone told me it was very scraggly once, so.
Well, they were wrong.
You may braid my hair in Essence room anytime you want.
Right. Can't be alone. Gotcha.
As long as we're not alone. You can...
Will do.
Don't ask me to braid your hair. Teresa always did my hair. I don't know how to do it.
I can braid.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll braid your hair. She can braid my hair. And then Alan can braid her hair.
Alan,
It'll be a braid train.
Your friend is doing alright in there. Do you want me to call him out?
As long as he's safe and nothing has happened to him, we're good.
Nothing has happened to him. He's just enjoying the dances.
You're not sending this to my old coterie, are you?
What?
No.
You're not going to take pictures of me doing this.
No.
I
Okay.
think you can
I
say
kept
with
my-
certainty that it wouldn't quite make it to your town.
Oh, good. Anthony would never let me live this down. He would say I was horrible at it.
But you're such a good dancer. You're really good at the
Yeah,
jellyfish.
you're really good. And you're really
Oh,
good
I'm
at
good at this.
you're
Yes.
good at your hips too, and the shoulder sway.
Oh, yeah, you got this thing down. You're really good. Do you know any other dances?
Oh. Do you know how to twerk?
No. That was that thing that girl was doing out there. No.
Yeah. Why not? I think you'd be good at it. You got some cake.
All right. Opera.
Are you all right, Essence?
What?
Are you all right, Essence?
Yes. She was just like lost in thought for a moment.
What are you thinking about?
She's thinking about a lot of things. She's just thinking about what she just learned about Alan, and then the hunters are not here, and she's like, she has a whole party going downstairs still, and she's stressed about the mission, the white, hoping that everything goes well so she doesn't like let everyone down.
Aw. Our coterie should just be called anxiety. It's all just anxiety.
It was like Essence just lives her whole thing in a box on a phone and stuff like that, and just her business. That's pretty much been her whole life. And now this is like her big thing to do, big leadership stuff. And now she feels like she's fucking it up.
Don't worry.
I mean,
I feel the same exact way.
technically, none of us are leaders.
Yeah.
Technically.
Technically, yeah. But this is like something that's like not social media, not marketing, and anything like that.
It's something she doesn't have control of. I get it.
Yeah.
Ah.
She can't control this, and so she has to think on her feet really quickly on stuff. Breaking a few rules along the way.
I can understand the stress, the tension, the anxiety. Just feel like gotta move one day at a time, one evening at a time, one moment in time.
Just wanted to say, hell of a day for me to run out of my anxiety meds.
Oh my god.
Yes, that's why we're kind of dancing.
Kind of dancing.
I'm not good at it. I'm the jellyfish I've gotten down.
Yes, you're very good at the jellyfish.
Essence is just laying at the bar, fixing herself a drink.
Alan will make his way over, still keeping an eye on Casimir and Rochelle. What is on your mind?
Wait, who's mine?
Your mind. You've been quiet.
Wait, me?
Yes,
Oh. Yeah.
you're not like yourself.
Yep, she's still just stressed about everything, so. And like, she's just trying to connect pieces together. She's trying to push the thoughts away because she's like, I get to think about this tomorrow. But she just really can't rack her brain right now on stuff. What, like everything that could go wrong, she's just stacking it upon her head over and over and over.
Would you like me to pour you a drink, Essence? Alan asks.
I was like, yeah, that'd be great.
Did you have a preference?
Just surprise me back there.
And Alan will move behind the bar, his eyes still keeping towards Casimir and Rochelle. So he takes a glass, grabs a little vial, mixes it in, and hands you the wine glass with blood.
She's like, thanks. And takes like small sips out of it, keeping it in her hand as she just looks out. It looks like she's looking at the two dancing, but she just lost in space.
I wish I didn't have to share all that information to you.
It's fine. It was just like, it's gonna come out any one day or another. Rather be tonight in my own home.
That's true.
Well, how do you do that?
This?
Yeah.
Like this, just follow along. Yeah. I can teach you the Macarena.
Oh, yes.
Macarena.
Dance. Essence?
I think I missed a step.
What happened?
You wish for a dance essence?
Sorry, I still can't hear you.
Would you like a dance essence?
I was like, sure, why not? She sets the glass down on the bar. So what kind of dancing do you enjoy?
I do not have a preference. I tend to go with what feels right in the moment. He holds out his arm.
She like, it tingles the moment. It's like what feels right in the moment.
Mm-hmm. And he'll lead her out to join the rest to dance with you all. He stays close to you, though, Essence, trying to keep you distracted, trying to at least he can see that something's bothering you. He just can't pin what. So he's just going to keep his attention on you until he sees that smile again.
Oh, Alan.
What the? Oh. It's just my dog.
Your dog.
My dog scared me.
Soon enough, the hours start ticking by, and you realize it's about 2-3 o'clock in the morning. The girls who you sent off with Jasper have come to you, Essence. Yeah, I think he's done for the night. He just passed out on us.
Like, nice work, ladies. And I was like, your special surprise is behind the bar. I think you guys were working over.
Ooh. Ooh. And the girls, they go make their way over. Does your friend have anywhere to go, Rochelle?
Jasper? Oh, shit. I gotta get him back to the dorms.
Or you guys can stay here if you like.
Is that such a good idea? He is human.
I mean, like, they can't go into the private rooms. Like, just a floor below us.
Okay.
Oh, so you can stay with him, too.
Well, I plan to.
So.
I must remind you that once he wakes, inevitably, he will find you in the sleep. Where he will not know that you are part of the undead. He'll think that you're dead.
Oh, shit. That's right.
I can... Like, we can quickly send him back over there. And just, like, we should have enough time to send him back to the college, or I can send Isaac to pick him up and drop him off there.
Uh, I I'll just try and wake him up first and see if I can get him to the car. So she's going to go and find Jasper and try and wake him up.
He's like dead to the world, just.
Jasper!
Let me sleep.
No, get
No.
up! We gotta go!
What? Already?
Yes, it's like 2 a.m. You gotta get back to the dorms.
Shit. Nah. I don't want to walk.
We'll drive you.
Ubers are expensive.
I'll carry you princess style then. How about that?
The guys don't see.
Don't worry, they're not gonna make fun of you.
Okay. And he tries, he gets up, he stumbles over himself, rolling onto the floor.
Oh.
Tries to pick himself up again. Don't
Rochelle?
let the rain see. Don't tell the rain one.
Oh. Yeah, don't worry, I won't. Rochelle is gonna, like, have him, like, lean on her and just kind of, like, hold as much of his body weight as possible without him, like, holding over. Let's go, buddy. Come on.
You'll see Alan. Essence, do you have a phone I can use?
Yeah, of course. There's one over there. It's red. It's in the corner.
He goes over, and then he calls for his driver. That he's ready to be picked up. Will you guys be returning with me, or would you rather stay?
I have another place I can stay at, besides the hotel. And here,
Oh.
I'm going to go to the church.
Shall we drop you off?
Yes.
Miss Essence?
Essence is gonna stay. She's like, I'll just stay here.
What about you, Rochelle? Once we drop your friend off?
I'm actually kind of missing home. Do you think you could drop me back off at my mom's apartment?
As long as you allow me to leave one of my watchmen, then I can be alright with that.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Or it's like, if you like me, I can stay with you for the night, Rochelle, if you like.
I thought you wanted to stay here.
I mean, this is home and all, but like, I'd rather protect you. Even that means me sleeping on a couch.
Oh,
I mean, you can crash in my mom's room. I don't know if she's even back home.
Like, I'd rather not be that disrespectful. I can take the couch.
would you like me to come with you as well?
You wanted to go to the church.
I have an associate that I can talk to about more information there. And there is I have a room there, so.
Well,
Unless you want me around. If not, I can go there.
Essence, you can come with me if you want to.
I will be there.
and Alan's driver comes around, and you're all led to the car, making sure that nobody is following behind you as they're driving. Alan's driver proceeds to the first route to drop off Jasper at the dorms, where Alan just sends some watchmen over to make sure that he gets seated. The watchman will come back in time. Then they go to your place, Rochelle, where you and Essence leave. Were you still going to stay with them, Casimir?
Do you want me to stay or no?
You can if you want to.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes, I would appreciate it if you both stayed with me.
Then I will stay with them. Will you do me a favor? Alan?
What do you need?
Inform... If you make it past the church, will you inform Sister Sophie that I am doing all right, and that I would like to request a meeting with her and the Archbishop there, as soon as possible.
I can do that.
Also, try to spray something in my room. He will be coming for me eventually, and just keep an eye out. Yes.
I think it'll be hard.
Get the scent of me out of there, if you can.
I'll send our finest cleaners.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully he'll... Yeah, I don't know how smart he is yet. We'll figure that out later.
We will have to. We will have to.
God, I can't believe I did that.
And as you guys get settled in, Rochelle, your home is exactly as you left it. There's still the remnants of what transpired before, the unusual neatness, but the sense is long gone, and it's just filled with yours and what remains of your mother's scent.
Well, this is our home.
It's lovely.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's not like the hotel, but it's where I grew up, so anyways, yeah, you guys can just crash wherever. I'm gonna check my mom's room real quick.
Okay. Essence just looks over the cabinet. What are you doing?
Oh, I was seeing what the walls were made out of.
Why?
Oh, because I'm used to stone walls. They're not even in the hotel. You guys not use that here.
Okay.
Rochelle's gonna go into her mom's room, just on the very thin hope that she was there.
I'm afraid not. He's not there, but that strange little bond that you have with her, it's still there, it's still strong.
Yeah.
So deep
Rochelle's Rochelle's just gonna kind of like sigh deeply and then just kind of like flop on the bed and just lay there. She's just gonna kind of lay there.
Catherine, where are you messing
I'm
with?
not even noticed. It's a remote. Well, it's a remote, but he's looking at it.
Do you know how to use it?
No.
No,
What does it do? Is it like that thing?
No, not a phone. You take it and point at the magic box. You remember the TV that we talked about the first time we met?
Yes, that square thing that's right there.
Yep. There's a button that says set on. Hit it.
Which one is that?
This one at the top. She hits it.
And what comes on at first startles you as the black screen suddenly shifts into an array of white and then into colors. The pictures begin to move. Real people look like they're moving inside the box. But the channel that was left on, it's all news. It's all events that are being talked about on the mortal side. Raid news, terrible news, sad news, the weather, anything you can think of, just right on that TV.
I really need to get one of these. These are so...
If you hit the up button, it will change to a different channel. You get to see
What?
different things.
What? Do you have anything of Mexico on here?
There's Telenova. Ow, she just takes the remote and clicking on the Telenovas.
As you find it, it's all soap operas, it's dramas, they're all shows that are in Spanish and everyone is speaking Spanish, but it's all drama, romance, just the simple things that you think are just nothing to anybody else, but it's somehow the focal point of that. Do these two end up together? Why is everyone so upset about this TV?
But it's all in Spanish? Oh yeah, he's totally focused now.
She's going to the prom with her one true love.
Like, during all that time, Essence went to the bathroom, changing to some PJs. She checks her text messages to see if she heard anything from Cassio from that time being.
Your phone is actually flooded with messages from him. Hey, wanted to check on you, see how you're doing. How's it going? Hey, I saw on the live stream that you were at your club. I hope you're having fun. I hope we're still on for Sunday. Just bombarding you with adorable little things, and then it goes right down to, I know you're busy, but I want you to know you got this.
Oh, I'm crying. I cry. She starts.
It's blood tears.
I know.
It's blood tears.
She started crying blood tears in the bathroom, and then she started freaking out because she's like, "Oh my god, I'm making a mess on the sink." She got some toilet paper to quickly like wipe her eyes and stuff, and text him back to reply to all the 50 messages as much as she can, and just saying like, "Hey, thanks. I really needed that. I hope you have a good night. Kissy face." Then she deletes the kissy face and just sends that.
And surprisingly enough, he's still awake despite it being so late in the evening, and he says, I know you're about to head to bed. You're welcome. Let me know if you need anything. Good night.
She cleans herself up on her face to not show any indication of blood tears before heading back out to the focus Casimir as she sits on the other half of the couch, getting comfortable. You liking it?
Oh. Can you believe this?
What happened? Did she end up with him?
No.
Damn.
She has a twin.
A twin? I knew it. I thought it was gonna be a secret lover.
You knew it? Oh my goodness.
It was like I had my suspicions.
Rochelle's gonna join them after changing into a pair of her mom's PJs because she just misses her mom right now. So she's gonna wear her mom's clothes. She's gonna like
Happen to have
come
anything
back
that
out.
I could
Mm-hmm. Those clothes, they still have her faint scent on them, so you can bring them in close, and it's like she's right there.
Okay.
Crying blood tears.
Rochelle freak out like, oh my god, what's going on?
No, she just walks back into the living room and sees what they're watching. Telenova?
It's Cashmere.
It's. Do you guys? Does anybody have anything that I could? I'm gonna be in this all night, aren't I?
Me.
You notice at the front of the door, you guys didn't lock it yet, but at the front of the door, there's a bag. And that bag is a change of clothes for everybody, left by Alan.
Ugh.
I'm convinced. Alan's just our sugar daddy.
Well, I mean, he did give me a money card, so.
He gave you a credit card.
He gave me a credit card.
That's a sugar daddy.
I mean,
Casmire's gonna go change.
I'm not into guys, but like.
Hey, you don't need to be into guys to have a sugar daddy.
I mean, you're right. No, Alan's more like an uncle, a sugar uncle.
That too. He just knows what to say and do.
But
he's our friend.
But you changed into the comfies.
Oh yeah.
Casimir looks so excited.
Rochelle is going to sit on the couch like next to them, and she's gonna look at them and be like, so there's not many places to sleep. One of you can take my bed, one of you can take the couch, I guess, and I'll sleep in my mom's room. So
What would you like, Cashmere?
I think I will stay here and continue watching this.
Then I'll take your bed, Rochelle.
okay, just don't judge the decor.
I would never.
You sure about that? Because there is some unicorn posters that I've had up since I was like in elementary school.
Ooh, I love unicorns.
Okay then. Well, I'm gonna head to bed then, and you guys feel free to watch TV or do whatever. Just don't break anything. Cause
Oh wait, how do you turn it off then when you're done?
You hit the off button that's next to the on button.
yeah.
Okay.
Good night or
Bye.
morning.
Good morning.
And she's gonna head to her mom's room and go lay down in her bed.
Are you gonna sleep now, Cashmere?
We can stay here for a little bit longer if you want.
Like, you want to talk about some stuff?
There's been enough talking. We can talk later. Unless there's anything you want to talk about. Doesn't require anything to do with work right now.
There's one thing that's nagging at me. Do you believe that Alan's a prince?
Do you want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
No.
You don't think so?
I tasted his vitae and saw his memories. No. I don't think he is.
He's a prince in our hearts.
Okay. And she's like, that kind of washes a lot of Essence's worries away. She's like, that is all I needed. I will get up and I'll start heading to bed myself. Have a good night, Cashmere. Let me know how the soap opera ends.
Buenas noches, señora.
Buenas noches. And she goes off into Rochelle's room, looking at all the decor, touching all the things. No,
And as you guys relax, lay down, finish watching your telenova, you soon allow the sleep to come in as the sun begins to rise, allowing the mortals to take over the world for the time being. This is where we'll end the evening.
Ooh.